GROGTALK describes acts of extreme violence in graphic detail and may include discussions about demonology and the occult, topics that caused widespread panic during the 1980s. This content may not be suitable for children under the age of 50. Viewer and listener discretion is advised. Welcome to the GROGTALK with your hosts, Dan and James.
All right, welcome to GROGTALK. How is everyone out there? Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. So welcome. Happy 2021, Dan. I'm James.
I'm Dan. Happy to see you, James.
It is good to be seen again. Hello to everyone out there. So we are, where are we from today, Dan?
Not the Abyss.
We've decided we're not in the Abyss because 2021 is so much better than 2020. So, yeah.
But here's the rub. We are in the Abyss. Grogline. We are in the Abyss, and we're just pretending we're not.
Oh, I see. I like that.
So we're gonna imagine, as we're sitting in the, we're gonna imagine that we are at the Gaping Goose in the village of Longbottom Down.
Nice.
In Starstone. So, yeah.
I like that. That's good.
We're delusional.
Yeah, well, that's what we're good for. So, yes, we're back, baby. That's exactly right. The Chamberlain is back. Sound. Who can't hear who? Can you hear? Let's see. Let's keep talking, Dan.
Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3.
I think.
Quick brown fox jumped over the.
Oh, that's good. I think everyone has sound. Does anyone else have problems? Our dear friend. Does anyone else have problems? I'm just letting you know.
GROGTALK 2021 is off to an amazing start, isn't it?
I can hear clearly. Oh, Shannon can. So our dear friend in Japan, obviously we didn't pay the Japanese import sound taxes, fees. Did you remember renewing the annual license?
Did we get his patron money? Or is he like being, is this like, is there a late fee? We cut you off. We cut off the sound.
So yeah, well, now everyone's commenting, so that's good. Thank you. So now we know how many people are out there. So I'm not sure it was cut off, but it seems like we're doing. Oh, they're commenting on your beard. They like that the only thing you should have wore. What you needed was a hoodie, so you could look like the Unabomber. That would be.
That's right.
In a shed.
Well, this is it's the year of the dwarf, so that's what.
Oh, it is the year of the dwarf. I didn't have the. Do you have the 1981 calendar?
I do not. You can't find those things. The Day of the Dragon.
Yeah, the Day of the Dragon.
No, you can't find that. Usually you think that you can find anything on eBay, obviously, at a very high price, but
right.
You can't even find Days of the Dragon. Nope.
Well, that's not good. So we've got. I know we've been gone for a month, and again, for all those who were worried for me. Fortunately, the COVID bug did get into our house, but everyone is fine. I fortunately did not get it, and which means, unfortunately, like most of us, we still have to worry about that. But we are. Oh, tribute to Go Delicious. That's what someone put down. I think that's very good. That your beard is.
Oh, the beard. It took me a second.
So I'd like you to put red dye in there.
A little bit of blood.
Yeah, a little bit of blood in there next time.
That's my tribute to Go Delicious.
That would be great. So again, thank you to everyone, but we're doing okay. So I think we got to start off with our big announcement, correct? Which is, so why don't you announce what we can officially say?
We are hereby officially announcing that GrogCon will take place October 15th through the 17th, 2021. We, of course, are part of the Crucible Convention. I don't know why I say of course. We are happy and fortunate enough to be part of the Crucible Convention, and that's the dates that Craig Russell has selected. That's traditionally when it occurs is in October. There's talk about it being in April. I think Craig is making the absolute right decision of having it in October, because I think we all feel quite confident that it will happen, whereas April, we weren't so sure, right? It seemed probably 50-50.
At best.
Yeah.
I think, if it doesn't happen in October, that means we're eating out of garbage cans and we live in a hellscape at that point. That's my guess.
Yeah, so that's basically the test. If GROGTALK happens, things are fine. If GROGTALK doesn't happen, it's the end of the world.
Civilization is over. We are not playing D&D, we're playing Gamma World or something like that, some post-apocalyptic game like that, which I guess we should have done that during the pandemic. I know a lot of people were playing post-apocalyptic games during this time to kind of, just because you didn't get enough death and destruction on the news that you would want to go and play 4 hours of it with your character. So anyway,
Right.
Yeah, so October 15th through the 17th, we are working on some very special guests. So book your, start penciling that down. If you are able to make it, that would be great. If you are a certain tier level patron or higher, your admission, your base level admission is on us. So we would love to see you. I know many of our folks are around the world and that's problematic, but if you could make it, we would love to have you. So you can send, if you have any questions, we're going to update the website in the next week or so. If you have any immediate questions, you can send it to info@grogcon.com and we'll be happy to help you. But we can announce those dates 15th through the 17th. And so speaking of other Grognard things, the Grognard Guild Online, those who go on Discord, you'll see that Brian is doing games and David's doing a Play by Discord post. He took it over for one of our other patrons when he wasn't able to keep going forward. So a lot of cool things. Go out to our Discord. It's super fun. And let's see what else we got. And again, this all happens thanks to our patrons. So thank you for everything you do. We have an iTunes review, a real throwback. Almost finished listening to every past episode. You are a brave man, I assume, sir. Airborne guy. Yes, so I was correct. Thanks. How great this one is. What a wonderful throwback to original games. For me, this means when I was 10 years old. GROGTALK has me changing my 2E campaign to reflect Gary's ideals and joining the GROG Empire and 1E games. Very nice. Well, thank you so much. So if you are so inclined, please put an iTunes review so that people can find our show, which is always fun. Later in the show, we're going to have Rob on to talk about Flipping and Turning issue 2.5 or 2.5. So what that means is we're working on issue 3 right now. If you want to contribute, I know Rob has been getting a lot of material, but we're always looking for more. Feel free to reach out to him at editor@grogcon.com and he will help you with that. So with all that shenanigans done in 10 minutes, we can start on Random Encounter.
Let's do it. Now we had a discussion about Random Encounter.
We did.
And if I recall correctly, our discussion was we are starting the new year with 2 new monsters. Is that correct?
I feel like we should. It's a new year.
And I'm sick of that diva.
As for diva, she's such a diva.
She is such a diva, and she's so 2020.
Yeah.
And she was never going to lose. So yes, all right, let's do it.
Yeah, I like that. So what are you I'm rolling or you're rolling?
Well, how about I roll 1 and you roll 1?
Okay, this is why it's already better. It's great.
It writes itself. Okay, so I'll start rolling here. So I'm doing the Dorso roll, and I have a 4. It's been so long, but I believe that means what?
4 means Monster Manual 2.
Let's do it. I still don't know why we're using this thing at all, but okay, whatever.
It was 1983. I know it's 1981, but maybe there was an advanced copy that we got. We're kind of like the Back to the Future.
Oh, Happy New Year. January 1981. Happy New Year.
1981? What happened? What was Happy New Year?
I didn't say Happy New Year to you.
Oh,
You noted it was 1981. We didn't even.
You're exactly right.
Happy Year. Okay.
Others were wishing me a Happy New Year. I forgot. Yes.
Yeah.
People might think we may have been talking before this. I mean, we had one or two conversations, but it is what it is. So
Yes, this is just for the show. We don't.
we are the Penn and Teller of first edition D&D podcasts. You know, we work together, but it's not like
We don't like each other very
right,
well.
barely. We barely tolerate each other. It's like, it's him.
All right. we don't even directly talk.
That's right.
Okay.
Tell him I'm calling. Tell him I need something. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's why we brought Robin into this, so we have a third person.
He mediates. So you tell James. I'm sick of the deep. Okay, so in 1981, it's still the pointy-sided one, I believe. Ooh,
Yeah.
it's 10. Oh wow, this is getting weird.
Oh,
That's
yes.
astral and ethereal for me, and then I'm rolling between astral and ethereal. It is a 3. That is the astral plane. That's not the superhighway, correct? The
The astral
superhighway.
plane is the superhighway, sir. Well,
See,
2021 has not fixed that. Yes,
some things don't change.
the ethereal plane is the thing that surrounds the inner
Right.
planes. The astral plane is the superhighway to hell or stairway to heaven. Yes.
I switched them around. Okay, so now I need a. Oh, that's right, because usually you actually do the rolling and I do the looking up.
That's fine, but this is good. I trust you. It's a new year. It's a jubilee. My distress for your dice rolling. I've put you in the dice rolling jubilee. I've wiped all your debts. For this, from now, I think all your dice rolling is completely up and up.
It's a clean slate. Thank
Right,
you.
it's jubilee. You're welcome.
Jubilee. And it's a D8 and a D12 then to get to 2 to 20, right?
That's correct.
God forbid we do 2 D10s because that's a different bell curve. Okay.
That's right.
8. Oh, basilisk. Have we had a basilisk?
I don't think we've had a basilisk, but I'm
Okay.
going to look it up just in case. How do you
Hang
spell
on.
it? Basilisk.
B-A. Oh, we should have. In addition to that, we talked about having a D&D Jeopardy. We should have a D&D spelling bee.
Yeah, well, I would fail horribly.
Huh?
That would fail horribly.
I know. That's why I suggested it. Okay, basilisk is Basilisk.
I was close.
Basilisk.
Basilisk. Well, see, I see basil. Like Saint Basil.
Oh, am I mispronouncing anything? Is it
No,
basilisk?
I don't
Or maybe it's basilisk.
know. That's a good question. What I'm working on now is to see if my advanced. No.
Okay.
As far as I know, we have not done basilisk, so we're going with it.
And there's an asterisk here, which I must read. These creatures do not travel on the astral and ethereal planes. But that's probably what I'm thinking. Yeah, the Gorgon is like this. But their perceptions and magical tax forms extend there. Their possible appearance applies only to interactions with the prime material plane. Otherwise, ignore the result and roll again. Okay.
Well, we're on the prime material plane, right?
Yeah, their possible appearance applies only to interaction with the prime material plane. Wait, I don't understand that. So if I'm on the astral plane,
right,
and my DM is rolling a random encounter, and he gets basilisk,
yes.
what does it mean to say their possible appearance applies only to interaction with the prime material plane?
You will not find a basilisk floating in the astral plane. That's what they're saying. You will
Right.
You will only so if wherever the astral plane connects to the prime material plane. So you're deciding and how you're rolling a random encounter as the party approaches or is leaving the prime material plane. This basilisk encounter would be applicable. But if you were on the highway, you would not be running into a basilisk. Or basilisk.
So these creatures like the basilisk and I think the Gorgon is here too somewhere, isn't it? I don't know.
And the Gorgon, anything, because it's their vision, their petrification is what extends into the astral plane. That's what they're saying, not them physically.
But doesn't it extend into the whole? So is there only parts there? They're on the prime material plane. So what you're suggesting is there's only parts of the astral plane
Right.
where it can extend its perception?
Yes. That's my understanding. That the astral plane there's again, and I'm sure if I read the Manual of the Planes, which is a book I've heard that's going to come in like 5 or 6 years, but we don't
Yes.
have it now. Oh, I guess I can go to Deities and Demigods because that is a legitimate book. If you look on page 115, it's story time with Dan and James.
And I feel like we've done this
We've done this. Yeah.
story like a million times. Yeah, so there's the right. So there's the astral.
Well, people are saying basilisk. So again, for
Really?
those who come with an Orthodox tradition, there's Saint Basil. So that's why I'm stuck with basilisks. That's so. Please don't appropriate my culture. So do you see here on page 115 on the deities and demigods, non-Cthulhu version?
I do.
And you see how there's like a little line that goes into the prime material plane. So the intent is that there are gates that you could walk into, whereas the ethereal plane kind of is all around the prime material plane.
Oh, so basically like the entranceway. I see what this. Thank you. I like this. This visual helps. So what you're saying is you've got to be basically like at the toll booth, the beginning of the highway.
Right.
It lays down on top to start. So you launch from the prime material plane, and so so it's like on re-entry or
Right.
exiting. So
Correct.
well, they flying. That's the most dangerous part, isn't it? The taking off and the landing.
Exactly.
Oh, I see. And because this is interesting.
It could be a. That's right. Saint Basil was known for his gaze that turned heretics to stone. That was in the apocryphal, if I remember correctly. But we don't. The Greeks don't follow that. But Saint Basil, the stone maker, he would turn heretics to stone. That's what they're saying here.
Oh, or is it Saint Basil? Well, it depends if you're in England or the U.S. In
Right.
the States here, we say basil. No, right?
Well, basil's like the herb.
Right. Well, they say basil for the
I
herb.
say basil. Well, that's right. I guess. I don't know. I say basil. So, yes, GROGTALK, talking about the etymology. Is it what is it called? The word, the origins of words.
Wordology.
Yeah, wordology.
But James, if you turn to 117, this gets interesting. If
Okay.
you, as it always does, if you turn to page 117,
Yes.
and then there's an asterisk next to basilisk, and it says these creatures. Now it's almost going to line up. Okay, hold on. So I want to compare this. It says these creatures. Oh gosh, I got a kitten. These creatures' perceptions extend into the astral and ethereal planes, as do their magical attacks forms.
Right.
Okay, so we're the same, but they do not actually travel there, and that's fine. Their possible appearance applies only to situations in which the encountering party is near to the prime material plane. So that's an addition. It says, it doesn't say that. That's more helpful, right? So Mr. Ward was a little more helpful here for me.
Right.
Because you're absolutely correct. You got to be near. Okay, got it. That's very useful.
So you could write a high-level adventure, or maybe even a mid-level adventure, where a wizard or someone has put a basilisk near the plane, like we did flesh to stone to flesh, right?
Yeah.
So you get a wizard who puts a basilisk near the astral plane gate, and as these travelers who've come from the outer planes, he zaps them and then takes their stuff.
Hilarious.
Isn't that? There you go. There's your adventure.
Yeah. He's a magic user thief, so I guess he's got to be, what is that, a half elf probably?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Half elves are everything. Have you noticed that? Like other than just about everything, other than some cool cleric thief, cleric assassin, which only the half orc gets.
Right.
Half elves get everything, all those cool multi classes.
Right. Well, they're half breeds, so they got the best of the both worlds. That's it.
Did you know? Okay.
No, I probably didn't know.
Probably didn't know. Okay. You know I am a huge fan of the best of, right? From
Right.
Roger
Did
Moore.
you know that my son, Jordan, middle son, the Hobgoblin, for Christmas bought me one of the best of Volume 4, and I did not know that I did not have it. So I have it now. That was awesome.
Did he know that you didn't have it?
He did not know. That's why it was awesome. So I
Okay.
should show that. Go ahead.
Are you aware of this?
That's from Roger Moore, I assume.
Yes, but it is, but it's the half-elven point of view, which was not reproduced in the Best of Dragon Volume 3.
Oh, I see.
There is a best, so for people who don't know that, there was in the Elven one, there was the half-elven point of view. That's all.
Ah, interesting. I did not
Yeah,
know
and
that.
I'm a little upset that there's not really a best of half-orc point of view. I know there's they talk about the orcs. They just talk about orcs, and they say, well, so half-orcs are like half that. Okay, so we've got a basilisk, so we better
So
keep this
I'm going to
moving.
roll the next one, correct?
You roll the next one while I talk about. Shall we do that? Shall we divide and conquer?
Well, no, because you have the charts, so it can't do that.
Good point.
All right, we're
All right.
using the Fiend Folio, so this is good.
Got it. You know what came out in 1981?
Fiend Folio.
That's right.
What time did it come out? You should know that.
I do not know that.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 3. Now I'm rolling a D10, I think, first.
Okay, you rolled a 3. Hold on. Oh yeah, because that's probably dungeon to be sure, right?
Well, no, I rolled a 3 to be the Fiend Folio. Now I have to roll a 10 to figure out what we're in.
That is correct.
I rolled a 2.
We are in a dungeon.
All right. Now I have to roll level, I think, in the Fiend.
So this dungeon is in the touching the.
There's a gate to the astral plane. This is the adventure's writing itself.
It is. So yeah, and every time you go to that gate, there's like this Yeah, well, that's the trap.
Right.
Basilisk right at the gate, like you mentioned. Okay, you are rolling for monster level. So now you are doing a D10.
5. I rolled a 5.
A 5. That's serious business.
Well, it's not. It's about the same as a basilisk. A little bit tougher, I think.
No, but I wanted to win. Percentile, please.
53.
Subterranean lizard. I mean, I understand that.
It's a battle of the lizards. It's like Godzilla versus some other creature.
This has got to be in the Fiend Folio.
Do you think so?
I would think so.
It sounds.
No, it is not. Lava Children are. Lizard King is.
Yeah, Lizard King is awesome.
It can't be Monster Manual 2.
Right.
Is it a classic?
If it's classic and you didn't know it, you're going to have to go back to school.
Well, yes.
It is. Page 61.
I don't think I knew that there was an entry for lizards. Okay.
Well, there you go. So I'll start with so on page 61 of the Monster Manual, there is the subterranean lizard. So I'm going to quiz you on this. Don't look at it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Because yeah, so I'm terrible. I didn't even know there's an entry for lizard.
Yeah. So
Okay.
the armor class for the subterranean lizard.
I think it would be decent because he's kind of scaly. I'm going to say a 6.
Close. It's a 5.
That's okay.
Hit dice.
I say the subterranean lizard has 3 plus 1.
Well, you have the right amount, but for the wrong lizard. The giant lizard is 3 plus 1.
Oh, I thought you said giant lizard.
No, subterranean. We're doing subterranean lizards.
Oh, subterranean. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that's it's level 5. That's 5 hit dice.
Close. It's 6 hit dice.
Wow.
And
Is it large?
yeah, it's large. And
Oh no.
Well, you're right. It's large. It's 20 foot long. So it's the second least powerful lizard. There are 4 types of lizards. Guess all 4 lizards. There you go. Now we'll start.
Is it the second
Worst.
least powerful?
That's right. The giant
frightening.
is the wimpiest. The subterranean. Then there's 2 better ones.
Okay. For first one would be Godzilla.
True, but that's not a type they call in here.
I actually saw one of them. I know there's a fire lizard.
That's right. Fire lizard is the most powerful, and then there's another one here.
There's the ice toad. There's the giant frog.
It's the minotaur lizard.
What's a minute? A minute? Well, that's a different show. We didn't
Right.
roll a minute.
Yeah,
lizard.
so subterranean, a variety of giant lizard which is only found underground. The subterranean lizard is most aggressive and dreaded, for it is able to run along ceilings or walls as easy as floors because of its suction cup toes. Worse still, its horrible teeth inflict great wounds, and it can cause double damage on hits when it clamps both jaws firmly on its victim on a 20. Perfect. This is why people love double damage, because a subterranean lizard gets 20. Why can't we?
It has teeth is what surprises me.
Yeah, it has teeth. And as most lizards, it typically drags its prey to its lair before devouring it. So there you go.
Okay.
So that is the subterranean lizard.
Very interesting. He's fourth because he's in alphabetical order. Okay, so that's
So now you have basilisk,
okay. So
which is also in the monster manual. So you should be happy. 2021 starting off well. You're starting with all monster manual monsters.
this seems to be like the battle of the lizards.
Mm-hmm.
Because a basilisk looks very lizard-like. He's all right. Oh, you didn't ask me the frequency for the.
What is the frequency?
I would say the frequency is. I'm debating obviously between uncommon and rare. I'm gonna go with uncommon.
You are correct.
Okay. What is the frequency for the basilisk?
I'm going to say rare.
Uncommon.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
How many appearing? I always like the number appearing because in adventures, I think dungeon masters tend to put one of a lot of stuff unless it's orcs or kobolds.
Right.
Number appearing a basilisk. That to me the most frightening part.
2 to 5?
Very very close. 1 to 4. That's pretty frightening though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have 4 of them as a family. AC.
I'm going to say 5 as well.
It's 4.
Oh.
Hey, what was your movement?
12.
12. Oh, I'm 6. So you're huge and fast.
Yeah.
I am. How long do you think I am?
10 feet long.
7 feet long.
Oh,
so
yeah, you're a little guy.
I'm like that turkey or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That turns people to stone.
Right.
I'm pretty small. Hit dice.
Oh. 5 or 6, something like that.
Yeah, 6 plus 1.
Okay, so we're about to say it's the tail of the tape here. This is pretty good.
Yeah, so let me read this. Obviously, the key here is going to be that special attack of gaze turns to stone. The basilisk is a reptilian monster, so it's the battle of the reptiles. Although it has 8 legs.
Yeah.
Its slow metabolic process allows it only slow movement. Okay. So its metabolism is slow, so it's hard to keep the pounds off. Is that what they're saying?
Oh, I guess maybe it would eat a lot more people if it had a higher metabolism, but maybe
That's right.
not.
Well, it has strong, toothy jaws. So again, 2 lizards here, both with jaws. Is the dragon a reptile?
A dragon's considered a lizard. Yeah, it's considered a reptile.
The basilisk's major weapon is its gaze, by means of which it is able to turn to stone any fleshy creature which meets its glance. Oh gosh, you're gonna have to get up that chart again, aren't you?
That's what I'm working on right now.
Well, and it's also, you remember, it's in the Monster Manual too, under something.
Yeah, it is. You're right. I forgot.
The D, I think. I see a D in my head. However, if its gaze is reflected so that the basilisk sees its own eyes, it will itself be petrified. But this requires light at least equal to bright torchlight and a good, smooth reflector. Isn't that true of everybody? Are there any creatures where it says that reflecting its gaze will not turn it to stone? Well, that works with the Medusa, right?
Yes, I think most of them, if they have a gaze, you can reflect it back to them. I'm sure there may be one that can't, but traditionally, if you reflect it back to them, they get blasted.
But it's interesting because it notes it here, and following your maxim of interpretation, if it didn't say it, that would suggest that you couldn't do it.
That's right.
Okay. Basilisks are usually dull brown with yellowish underbellies. Their eyes are glowing pale green. The basilisk is able to see in both the astral and ethereal planes. In the former plane, is that us? We're in the astral. Where are we?
We're in the prime material plane.
I know. I'm sorry. Where are we looking into?
Well, if you're the basilisk, you would be looking into the astral plane.
Well, it can see into both of these. In
Correct.
the former plane, its gaze kills. So if you're in the former plane, wow, its gaze kills. Well, in the latter, it turns a victim to ethereal stone, which can only be seen by those who are in that plane and can see ethereal objects.
So there you go. So if you're in the astral plane, you just die. If you in the ethereal plane, you become stone.
So yeah, I guess the lizard is not in the...
Now, we've said I think the setup is the basilisk has been tethered somewhere to look into the astral gate.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you.
Or at least part of it, because he does so that he can kill the people coming, and then the wizard goes in and grabs the bodies, right?
Right. So I'm hanging out there, waiting there, and all of a sudden this lizard is going to appear. Like, hey, what do you
he gets hungry.
Get away from me! I'm trying to, waylay these.
That's what's happening.
What does it mean to be ethereal stone? The latter, it turns victims to ethereal stone, which can only be seen by those who are in that plane.
Yeah.
What does that? Wait, what does that mean? What is ethereal stone?
Well, it's stone that's on the ethereal plane. That's my guess. Because the ethereal plane is quite different than the astral plane.
Okay, so if I'm in the ethereal plane, then, and he looks at me. Why does it? Because it says he can go to the ethereal plane. He can look at where's the ethereal plane?
It's the one that surrounds the inner planes.
Oh, so it's always so the ethereal. So unlike the astral, which is just you've got to be at the entranceway at the toll booth.
Sorta, yeah.
The ethereal would be anywhere. It's everywhere.
I'm not sure this is the most accurate, but for my little head, I look at it like, when on the Lord of the Rings movie, when Frodo puts the ring on and you have the funky, everything's reverse Polaroid looking, right? It's right there. That's the ethereal plane. It's in the same parts. It's permeates like the shadow world.
So in other words, I'm stuck. So when it says that, I'm stone now. So if I'm like, hanging out in the ethereal plane, and unfortunately this basilisk, and what's interesting is if I'm in the ethereal plane, or I'm in that astral plane part that's touching the prime material, do I see the basilisk even as a strange sort of, or is it just like, hey, what's going on?
Where, in the astral plane or the ethereal plane?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, let's go with astral. I mean, I gotta be able to see. I gotta see its gaze. So I'm coming now,
right.
Exiting the astral plane. I'm getting ready to get off the astral plane, and you've got your basilisk that's hanging out in the dungeon. I'm coming to the gate.
Right.
What do I see? I see the basilisk?
So my version of this, which may not be correct, is Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. You know how they're flying through the telephone lines?
Yeah.
And there's like a tube. That's the astral plane. It's a tube that drops you off. So as you get close to the gate or wherever the entrance is to the prime material, you see that little portal. Whereas the ethereal plane is like Lord of the Rings. When you put the ring on, you see everything negative, reversed.
So, but when do I see? So, and it's like that at the bank where you stick that thing in. So that's the astral.
Yeah, that's right.
Thing.
It's a tube. It shoots you to, and all these. My idea is that all these tendrils eventually get to the superhighway that takes you to the outer planes, and then once you're close to the outer planes, there's exits that go off. Now, highway to hell, highway to the abyss, highway to whatever. So I guess as you're approaching the portal to go back in the prime material plane or the exit, the basilisk you'd be able to see. You could potentially see the basilisk. Whereas in the ethereal plane, you see both. You can see there's this idea of a border ethereal. Before you go deep into the ethereal plane, you like step over and you can like see like in a translucent thing into the prime material plane.
I guess my issue though is, am I like coming to this opening? I'm coming down this tube and I see this basilisk. I'm like, oh crap. Or am I, even before I see the opening, are the basilisk's eyes sort of peering through? Like, do these what are they?
Yes, yeah. Technically, well, it depends how far you see. You may not be able to see it. His gaze extends into the astral plane. So there may be an opportunity where your own vision is not far enough and you get blasted by it. But you have to meet its gaze. So at some point you have to see it.
Or at least its eyes.
Right.
I just see these pale green glowing. I'm like,
exactly.
Oh crap.
Yeah, that's basically.
I'm like getting ready to get off the astral plane. I turn and I see these two little. So that's what's happening. These poor dudes that we're setting up at this gate. They're getting off at their exit.
Right.
Like you said, you see these exits, right? All right, exit 49 to this dungeon. I'm getting off, and right as I'm getting off, I see these. I turn, and I see these green.
That's right.
It's like it went wild. I'm going down this slide.
That's
and right at the last.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Okay.
There you go. By George, I think you got it. I knew he'd get it. There you go. That's right.
Well, I've got your version anyway.
Well, and you've been pretty good at keeping my version. No one is saying James is completely off board, off base.
Who taught you that, James? Where did you learn that?
He's an idiot.
James, this dude. I'll be at a convention. Who taught you that?
Well,
James.
the good news. That's right. That's the good news is there's no specific. If you stick to the Holy Trinity of books, and you don't use other sources, tell me where in those 3 books does it have a different explanation?
I think you brought up a great point. I was thinking about this the other day, which is when you stop with, or at least let's say the 4, right? Because we'll include deities and demigods. You stop with the 4. It is liberating, isn't it? It allows you that freedom. I like that you can have the astral one way, I can have the astral another way. I like stopping at the 4 and not having so much canon. But okay, it's time to fight.
Right. So I have and so we will be using the gaze attack rules, because this was kind of a thing back in the day. There weren't rules until they codified it. Well, because everyone, of course, every fighter, every person attacking the gaze creature would be like, oh, I'm not looking at it. I'm totally averting my gaze. Well, what happens then? Blah, blah, blah. So they came out, and I think you were right. I feel like you're right. There's somewhere in the Monster Manual 2 is the gaze attack, which is something to have, because there's a lot of things that do gaze. But they reprinted on the new Monster Manual screen. That's what I'll be using. So
it's in
Draculus? Is it the Draculus? That makes sense.
It is. Chances of meeting the gaze of a Draculus or any large creature. I don't like that it says or any large creature.
Well, then you reduce it. Yeah, just keep reading.
We've done this before. Right? The show is just repeating itself, chances of meeting the gaze. See, that's the deal. Roll for Initiative just stopped when they had nothing more to say. We just keep repeating it. Any large creature using a gaze weapon are as follows. Add 1 see, there it is. Add 1 if the creature is man-sized, such as Medusa. So I am man-sized. I'm 7. I'm medium. I'm 7 foot.
Yeah.
So Medusa, and 2 if the creature is small. So that's right, because we've had this whole conversation about adding. So characters, so chance of meeting the gaze. Okay.
So there you go. So that's on page 55 of the Monster Manual 2, or on the new quote unquote Dungeon Master screen. Okay, so we're ready for surprise. That's the first thing we got to do. Okay. We have normal surprise rolls. So I'm rolling a d6. And I'm going to state before we started that you are correct in your assessment, that you can only be surprised by the number of the pips of the dice that you can be surprised by. There, are you happy?
Yeah, well, you didn't have to say about you didn't have to say that, James, but it means a lot to me.
And I don't mean happy as in you're not right. You are absolutely right. I want to clarify the record before we start this thing, because I'm probably going to forget it at some point. So you can go back to this and say you're right.
Well, Polyhedron did it the way many other people do it, but okay, that's a whole different
discussion. Only be if you have a 2 in 6 chance of being surprised. The most you can be surprised is 2, no matter what the other person rolls. I agree with you. So there we go. Are we ready?
And then you're gonna go, 30 minutes later on the chat.
I'll just keep.
I'm humoring Dan.
That's right. I'm just humoring Dan. All right. Don't read the chat now. That's all I have to say.
Well, there's so many reasons why this whole thing was screwed up. Number one was they, in my opinion, screwed up one of the examples, as we know. And when they had a chance to correct it in the errata, did not. Right. 2, Polyhedron used an example where they did the difference based upon the rolls, even though the other party was not surprised. Right. So I get it. I mean, I understand why other people take the other position, and I guess choose your sides. Right?
That's right. So I roll a d6.
Yes, I rolled a 6.
Oh, well, I rolled a 2. So I am surprised. I am completely surprised for 2 segments. Now we have to...
Wait, oh, yeah, so now, I'm sorry, so now we use the completely surprised.
Yes, I'm going with completely surprised, because I'm completely surprised, so...
Oh, because it's 2. I see what you're saying.
I don't know. I'm sure they're...
Well, you know what you should do then? You should do the first segment. So would we roll for each segment? We would, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
But the second time, you should only be surprised. Right. Don't you think?
Well, now we have to see distance. So it's 10 to 30 feet, because we're in the dungeon. We are 30 feet apart, so you're staring... I come around the corner and you look at me. I go, no, not him.
You're on the ceiling.
That's right. I'm on the ceiling.
You're on the ceiling, and I'm looking up at the gate. You're like, what's that like magic? Why is that shimmery? You're intrigued.
I am intrigued.
See this shimmering. You're like, what is
So
that? You walk over.
I assume. So we're literally saying it's a 10 in 10 chance because it's completely surprised. Based on the chart, completely surprised is 9 in 10. How big is the creature?
Oh.
Man size or small?
Yeah, well, okay. Oh, time out. I can see what you're saying, but isn't this designed for? Well, wait, why is this? Does this depend upon the size of the creature too?
No.
Do we think these additions are based upon whether you're like eye level to eye level and things like that?
No, I think it's in relation of you could, like a giant dinosaur, you may not even see its head. So that's why it's 40 feet tall, you may not see its head. So if you're normal size,
Right.
that's why you'd be able to see it. But I get your point.
Oh, I see. You think it's based upon like head location. Just if you're big, it's hard to see. It's not just because it's high. It's hard to see.
Right.
It's okay. Fair enough.
Well, and you're trying to. The idea is you're trying to attack the creature. So if it's a giant dinosaur, you could attack it in places without seeing its head. Whereas if it's a small rabbit with a gaze attack, you got to attack it. It's right there. Its eyes are right there. That's my version of it.
Well, it does say add 1. That would be 10 in 10. Wow.
Right. So I'm.
This show moving along.
So yeah, I'm gonna roll my saving throw. So page 75. Oh, excuse me. Page 79 of the DMG. 6 hit dice. Petrification. Correct. I need a 12.
Yeah.
I rolled a 3.
It's like a Mike Tyson match.
That was it. Don't call it.
It was over literally one segment.
Poison's good. Petrification's pretty good too. I didn't.
Oh wait, you got to pray your deity.
Oh yeah, before I die. Yeah, that's true.
The lizard.
The Lizard
deity.
King. 96. No Lizard King. I didn't even get to use mine. I'm showing my original Dragon 74. People are asking about the Dragon combat computer. Sure, you could just in later editions roll higher than the target opponent's armor class, which was ascending, and add your bonuses. That's easy. No, you need a combat computer, which allows you to figure out what role you need, where you assign things. This is so much cooler.
So you're suggesting the guy who invented the combat computer, like a couple years later, someone was like, well, why don't you just do this thing called THAC0? And he's like, oh, crap.
Well, THAC0 is still half-baked. I mean, later they came up with, which makes perfect sense. Your armor class is what you need to hit. So,
doesn't your computer there have adjustments based upon the weapon and the armor class? Or wait, that'd be hard to do. Does it have what kind of adjustments does it have? Does it have adjustments for the weapon I'm using versus armor class?
Where? In this thing? Yes, it does have the weapon adjustments. So you could go ahead.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So if you well, here we go. What armor class are you trying to hit?
I'm trying to hit armor class 2.
Armor class 2. What weapon are you using?
I'm using a club.
A club. Well, okay. Club. -5.
Wow.
Against armor class.
Because it's just kind of bouncing off it?
Yeah. Whereas a footman's flail is +2. A dagger's -3. Oh, we can just keep going on. So yes, it has little
I imagine
inserts there. I'm showing to the groups.
On Christmas sitting there like flipping through all the different ones. Hey, Mom, what armor are you wearing? What weapon do I have?
And it has on the front insert of the weapon proficiencies, the strength and dex things, standard to hit adjustments, +2 from behind, +4 stun, blah 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 blah. There you go. So it's the combat computer.
But wait, there's more.
There's more.
You sound like you're doing an infomercial for the combat computer.
That's right. There's more. It's and it has it goes up to 17 hit dice fighter. So and 16 hit dice monster. So it's perfect. It's perfect for your D&D thing, and it looks super cool when you're spinning your wheel. It's great. All right, well, the Basilisk is the winner. After surprising, I'm going to write that down. So now you can start naming him.
Okay, I'd like to throw out Stoner.
Stoner. Stone Cold Stoner. Defeats the subterranean lizard. Okay, excellent. All right, we're on to our next segment. Which is a new segment, right? We've decided we're going to make spell selection periodic, correct?
Yeah, we kept getting the same. We couldn't remember we couldn't remember what spells we had done, and we kept getting magic user. We never got illusionist. So yeah, we're gonna do. And I always wanted to do miscellaneous magic
And what's the name of
because
this segment?
miscellaneous magic. What are
Okay.
you talking about?
Okay. You were. I think during the pre-show you were wanting some other name for it, but we're gonna go with miscellaneous magic, correct?
See, you said that I wouldn't be able to help myself and bring it up, but the reality is, James, you were talking about you, weren't you?
Yes, that's true. When I say you, I mean me. So.
Okay, I'm going to say what I wanted the name to be, and we'll see if anyone on the chat.
Well, they want Baz.
Baz. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Baz the Stoner.
Baz the Stoner. Okay. I'm gonna write these down. If you put it on Discord or go to who was Thomas? What was the guy from Fast Times? Sean Spicoli. That's what. Sean Penn. But what was his? It was his guy. That's who it should be. That's the name.
Spicoli. He orders the pizza.
Right. He orders the pizza. That's right.
So I wanted it to be called Ill-Botten Goody.
Ill-Botten Goody.
So the question is, does anyone know where that phrase comes from? Ill-Botten Goody.
No, I didn't. I still don't.
I mean, it's a play on ill-gotten booty.
Yeah.
Ill-Botten Goody. No one?
Oh, it takes a few seconds. They may have just heard it. So are we rolling on all the magic items or just the miscellaneous magic items?
I think just miscellaneous. I mean, I don't want to talk about a sword +1. Do you?
No.
No, I don't either. I think we did this segment once, and we got like dagger +1 or something. No, it's called miscellaneous magic.
What about rods, staves, and wands?
Oh, yeah, you're right. We better. What about rings? It's like now all of them.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to use chart 3, and we'll worry about swords and when we get to it.
Okay, fine. Chart 3. All right, you want to roll?
No, you roll.
Okay.
Roll percentages.
Okay, here we go. 7. Oh.
Potion.
Potions. I like that idea. Okay. Now you want to roll?
Sure.
See how well we get along.
That's right. This is a new year.
Mm-hmm.
I have a new lease on life. The plague came and I made my saving throw versus disease. I was pretty happy. Death magic 64. Oil of etherealness.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, let's go there.
I don't know anything about that.
I better write this down because when we get it again, you'll be like, "What did we do?"
But that's the charm of the show.
It's something of the show. Oil of etherealness.
We are on page 126 of the DMG.
Right at the bottom.
Right at the bottom.
And this is about the ethereal plane. How the dice don't lie.
They don't. This potion is actually a light oil, which is applied externally to the dress and exposed flesh. So it's like a bomb. I got to rub it all over me.
Yeah, it's like baby oil.
Oh, does it? I hope it doesn't smell.
I'm sure it does smell.
It then confers etherealness.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. In the ethereal state, the individual can pass through solid objects, sideways, upwards, downwards, or to different planes.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I can go to like the abyss with this
No.
stuff? Oh, that's not a. Sorry, you're shaking your head. Is it another lesson?
I'm just gonna put up every time the picture, what the ethereal, and just keep that page open. 115. Yep.
I'm going to 115. There they are, the outer planes. Oh, okay, I gotcha.
The ethereal wraps around the inner planes. Inner planes.
Yeah, but so it just says. But why does it say? It says that or to different planes. All right, whatever. Naturally, the individual cannot touch non-ethereal objects. So what you're saying is, wait, when it says, all right, I'll just keep going. The oil takes effect 3 rounds after application, and it lasts 4 + 1 to 4 turns unless removed with a weak acidic solution prior to the expiration of its normal effective duration. It can be applied to objects as well as creatures. 1 potion is sufficient to anoint a normal human and such gear as he or she typically carries, 2 or 3 weapons, garments, armor, shield, and usual miscellaneous gear carried. Ethereal individuals are invisible. Compare phase door spell and travel in the known planes of existence here and after. Okay. So let's talk about. So I rub this stuff on me.
Yep.
Obviously, the benefit of this is I'm passing through stuff, solid objects, right?
Yes. Well, that's one.
Can I-
That's one advantage of it. 2, you can't get attacked. 3, you're invisible. You can't get attacked by things that are on the prime material plane, unless they have a gaze attack, like the basilisk could attack you. So.
Yeah. So basically, I'm in the ethereal plane.
Right.
Okay. So this is a very cool oil. So I like this to be able to not be hit, but I can't attack unless I have a gaze attack. I can't attack myself, can
You
I?
can't attack. You cannot attack creatures out off the plane that you're in. That's correct.
Right. Okay. Now,
But if there was like a ghost is in the ethereal plane, and then can do its magic jar and all those things we talked about. That's in the ethereal plane. So if you wanted to attack him on his native plane, you could go there and start whooping on him.
Is that better? I'm trying to remember. We've had Ghost. I can't remember.
His armor class, if I recall, is way worse on the ethereal plane.
Oh, so if I'm a ghost hunter. Oh, so
Right.
Ghostbusters.
Yes, Ghostbusters. That's exactly right.
They would have lots of oil of etherealness.
Yeah, that is one way to get there. Right. Yep.
Right?
There's also in the book that shall not be named, Wraith form. I guess Phase Door does something like that. We didn't do spell selection, so we'll never know what Phase Door does. So I'm looking up travel in the planes of existence.
Maybe spell selection, it'll be a special, like the McRib.
Like that's right. People could start asking for it by name. It doesn't say.
Okay.
I don't even know where this traveling. Where is this traveling in the planes hereafter? It's in the hereafter. Go ahead. So what?
Well, it says okay. All right. It says it then confers etherealness.
Yes.
And I like how etherealness is in italics. Is there a discussion of etherealness somewhere?
Well, maybe it's in the glossary, which is what you taught me.
Maybe.
I'm gonna look.
It says in the ethereal state, the individual can pass through solid objects or to different planes. It doesn't say to the ethereal plane. It says to different planes.
Yes.
I think I can go to visit Asmodeus or my buddy.
We'll go over that in a second. So in the glossary, ethereal, pertaining to or within the ethereal plane.
Okay.
Not the same as astral.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Gary's talking to me.
Not the same. So I apologize. I should have told you to look at page 113 in the deities and demigods. This is the inner planes. This is like the inner solar system. See?
I see.
There's where we are. There's positive, negative. And then there's the prime material, all the universes and galaxies. This is like the creation story. See all this fuzzy stuff around it? That's the ethereal plane.
Okay,
So-
but so does that mean I can go anywhere I want?
You can go anywhere you want in these planes. Yes, absolutely.
Well, wait a second. Where is
Then
why? Wait, why only the inner? Oh, because it's not. So how do I get to hell?
the astral plane.
The outer planes, yes. I see. Yeah, now it's how the inner. Okay, so what you're saying is, I got it. It doesn't actually say that, but it seems you're very right. Because if I'm ethereal and it says or to different planes, it must mean planes that I could go to from the ethereal. So wait a second. Whoa, this is scary. I can go to the negative material plane.
Yes, you
with
could.
oil. That's frightening.
It is frightening.
Isn't that like some people believe all evil stems from there, right? Don't they?
Yes, you will be killed. And also, if you read on page 113, it says, this is a place of antimatter and negative force, the source of power for the undead, the energy area from which evil grows. No one is certain what type of creatures may exist in the negative or positive material planes. Any creature from the primary material would be completely drained of all life and energy.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, so you can't go there.
Wait. Would probably.
Yes, that's
Says
true.
probably.
Actually, in that thing, you have a better, hell is better than heaven, or negative is better than positive. Because positive, well, it says probably too, but it's a little more, it says would probably be instantly consumed by a powerful energies there. So it's still probably.
Okay, so really where I want to go, I can go to the elemental planes. Though. Isn't that the picture on the DMG?
That's the city of brass in the fire plane, yes.
So I can go to those planes with the oil of etherealness.
Correct.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, so you could have an adventure where people are all taking oil. Well, you need a lot of it. You don't have a lot of time. It's a short trip, in and out. Okay, so that's pretty cool. I like this oil of
So
etherealness.
back to why I said this, because I want to make sure everyone knows I'm not just making this up, because people are saying cite. On page 114 of the Deities and Demigods,
They're challenging you.
why
Yes.
you cannot. So note that the ethereal plane does not extend to the outer plane, so it is not possible for creatures on those planes to go ethereal. So you cannot go directly from the ethereal plane to the outer planes.
Right, I got to get that in my head. That's the point of the highway.
That's
The
right.
highway is not just prime material to other planes. The highway is inner planes to outer planes.
That is exactly right.
Right. So the outer planes are like the sticks.
Right.
Or sticks. I mean, like the river in hell.
Yes. Or the other way is the ethereals, like your local streets, and the astrals, when you want to take a long journey, you take the highway. That's the difference.
Yeah.
When you're going to grandma's, you take a road. You take the road down the thing.
Oh yeah. So the ether. Yeah. So okay. So the ether. Yeah. Right. So astral is a much bigger deal. It's like, yeah, that's the road trip.
That's right. And it's supposed to be one way.
Wait, what? I'm not coming back?
Well, that's
Wait,
the
what do you
idea. Is where all the souls from the prime material go back, or vice versa. It's meant for souls or spirits to be transferred between the prime material and the heavens and the hells. Yes.
Just because something is meant to be used one way doesn't mean some people improperly use it the other way.
Yeah.
So we know that, well, take, for example, Vaprak.
Mm-hmm.
We know Vaprak likes to occasionally come to the prime material plane.
Right. He would have to take the astral plane to do that. You're absolutely right.
So, so there's like this huge traffic heading out. And then it's just Vaprak
Yeah.
zooming by, and people are like, oh boy.
Vaprak, various demons and devils who are going to pick up souls that they don't want to, who their bargains with them have ended, those type of things. Yep.
Right. Oh boy. Okay.
So oil of etherealness is pretty cool. Yes.
It's very cool. It would be very cool. Oh, but I can't grab stuff, can I?
Correct.
Oh, but as a thief, I can use oil of etherealness to get inside something. Then, I mean, I know I got to get out. If I've got two of them,
Right.
I can drink the oil of etherealness, get into
Well, don't
a place.
drink it. Rub it.
Oh God, I just drank it.
Yeah.
What's happening to me, James?
Well, I'd
drank
look up the
it.
miscability potion. That's what I would do.
Well, that's multiples, isn't it? That's different, isn't
Well,
that?
I know, but you basically poisoned yourself. I guess I could do saving throw versus poison.
Throw versus death or something.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine that? Because the DM is going to be like, "You said you drank it. You drank it."
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Because
It goes right through me.
Exactly.
So I'm going to rub it on me, and I'm going to pass through.
Yep.
Then let it go.
Mhm.
Grab the stuff, the jewel. Rub, not drink. Rub it all on me,
Yes.
and then get out of there.
Correct. So the other part that's interesting, and then we need to move on, is that I am a fan of people want the potion to stop whenever they want it to stop. Like, and again, I go back to unless the potion or oil says a way for it to stop, you're invisible until you do something to stop it, if it allows. There's like gaseous form. You can't just say I'm ungaseousing myself, unless there's a way unless it says you can stop it beforehand.
It's like the sword. You've talked about that with the sword
Right.
and being lit. You feel you have to sheath it. Right?
That's right. It's unless it has a way to stop the power from being stopped, you can't. So what's interesting?
Well, I agree with that.
Right.
I mean, if you take a medicine, you can't be like, I want this medicine to stop.
Exactly. Well, people have that with magic too. It's like, oh well, the magic user died. Why hasn't the spell disappeared? No, the spell has been cast. It's there unless you dispel magic or it ends. It keeps going. So anyway, what I like about this one is that it says it lasts for 3 rounds and then 1 to 4 plus 1 to 4 turns, unless removed with a weak acidic solution prior to the expiration of its normal effective duration. So what does that mean? So when you're in the ethereal plane, you had to bring a weak acidic solution, like what, vinegar or something, or?
Yeah, the thief is doing. Yeah, so that's right. So this is awesome. Yeah, so the thief is bringing a weak acid, right? And he rubs it. He's awesome, isn't he, or she, right?
Rubs it on himself or herself in the ethereal plane, because you're not doing it in the plane. You're in the ethereal plane now. You have to rub it on yourself, and then you become not ethereal.
And you hope you don't get attacked by something.
Correct.
Right? Or that, right. Okay.
There you go. So that's interesting. I find that interesting. So a pro tip would be, if you get an oil of etherealness, bring something acidic with you, lightly acidic.
And don't drink the oil of
Don't
etherealness.
drink it. That's right. Don't drink it.
It's on the label.
Yeah, don't drink. Do not drink.
You gotta put that on there because it's a potion. It's gonna be confusing, right? You gotta have a warning label on there. Do not drink. Apply directions.
Apply to outstir your body. Whatever they say on those warning labels. Exactly right. Exactly right.
Okay, that was fun. Not that it shouldn't have been.
That's right.
It went better than Dagger +1.
That's right. That would have been easy. All right, best of January 1981. We wanted to talk about it.
It is January 1981. And so, James, I know this is going to shock you, but I was able to find a book on events in 1981.
Hold on. Does everyone see that? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Yep.
For just about $6. That's a steal. I know you're shocked.
When was it printed? 1979 or?
Question. 2020.
Wow.
It's stunningly, it's print on demand. They're not keeping inventory of this. Okay. I'm going to mention real quickly some of the things. You tell me if these mean anything to you. January 1, Greece joins the common market.
Oh, thank goodness. Look how it's worked out for them.
January 2nd, the serial killer Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper, is finally caught after a 6-year manhunt. Remember the Yorkshire Ripper?
No. I like Yorkshire pudding. Do I like Yorkshire pudding? I've heard of it.
Remember Joel the Ripper?
The Yorkshire, isn't that a dog? Yorkshire Terrier? Yep.
Yep. The third, HRH Princess Alice, the last surviving grandchild of Queen Victoria, dies at age 97. That's pretty boring. Here, January 4th, 1981, the most expensive Broadway play to date, Frankenstein, opens and closes the same day.
Wow.
Due to poor reviews.
I know. I remember that. No, I don't.
You remember that? Oh, I like this one. January 6th, the results of the U.S. Electoral College are announced. Why are you laughing, James?
Was there riots there? What happened?
Carter. Yes, Carter. A Carter mob. Carter whips his followers into a frenzy.
He sends a telegraph to. He has a conference call with folks.
Yes. He sends the giant peanut into the Capitol. The giant peanut sits in the speaker's chair.
That's right.
So that was ugly back then. I remember that. That was horrible.
Great peanut butter everywhere, smeared on the walls. They were smearing peanut butter on the walls. It was terrible.
Yeah, it was. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad.
People taking Polaroids. You know, they were taking Polaroids of each other. Yeah, they had a little Polaroid.
A Polaroid of it. Yeah, it comes out the little. It comes out the little. Okay, let me see.
We thought it would never happen again. You know.
I don't think it ever will. On the 11th, the Iranian government accepts the return of $11 billion of seized Iranian assets as ransom. So there's good news, James. The hostages are coming home.
Yep.
And on the 12th, the TV series Dynasty, starring Joan Collins, begins its 9-year run on NBC. And on the 14th, oh wait, no, I'm getting past that. All right, so I better stop. I'm getting into the future.
Yeah, don't get in the future.
Next time about, and real quickly, I know this is fascinating. It has a lot to do with AD&D. Let me tell you the lineup for tonight.
Okay.
January 9th, 1980 on TV. You tell me
80
which one
or
you
81?
want. I'm sorry, 81.
There's 3 channels, basically, so it should be pretty easy.
See, I'm still saying 1980. It's so weird to
get out of 1980. We don't want no more 1980. We're done with that.
I write them on my check. I'm going to be writing on my checks 1980. Okay, on CBS at 8 p.m.
MASH?
The Incredible Hulk.
Oh, Incredible Hulk, Lou Ferrigno.
You got to tell me which one you're going to watch. On ABC, 8 o'clock, Benson. Remember Benson?
Oh, yeah.
And on NBC is Sanford. I guess the sun is gone. It's just Sanford. What are you going to watch?
The Incredible Hulk. If I'm.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm watching. Yeah, I'm watching. I would probably watch Benson. In all honesty,
Benson was good. Robert Guillet, right? Robert.
Yes, that's actually right. Yeah, it was a spinoff of what show?
Oh, it was the governor. Wasn't he the governor's
Yes.
butler?
Yes. Well, yes, but what was the show?
Uh,
I think I've got it right. I could be wrong. Wasn't it a spinoff of Soap?
It could be. You're right. Yeah, Soap. That's exactly what it was. The comedy Soap.
Was it? And then at 9 p.m. is the Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh yeah, I'd be watching the Dukes of Hazzard.
ABC is a TV movie topper, and NBC. You ready for this? NBC is a show called Mama the Detective. I've got to read this to you. Have you ever heard of Mama the Detective?
No.
I got to read this to you. The story of Mama Sykes, a housekeeper with an uncanny knack for solving crimes. I got to read the next slide, but it's hard because I'm fighting the tears. In this pilot episode,
we need this on.
Mama attempts to solve the mysterious murder of a man in a hotel room, despite the objections of her son, a New York police sergeant who balks at her intervening in his cases. We'll see how long. I'll report back in the next show.
Yeah.
How long this lasts. We should watch. So, are you watching the Dukes of Hazzard, or are you watching Mama the Detective?
I'm watching Dukes of Hazzard.
I think that's the problem. And just a note, at 10 is going to be Dallas, which is of course going to kill it. So that's the TV shows.
Right. I mean, look, there is only one of those shows where there's a piece of clothing named after it still that people know. The Daisy Dukes.
Daisy Dukes.
That's right. So
there's a lot on that show.
Catherine Bach, right? That's her name, wasn't it?
I think you're right.
Yes, Catherine Bach.
Yeah, and they had the posters, right? You'd buy posters then, right? And put
well,
them up
I was young. I was too young to buy posters at that time, but I could appreciate a fine pair of jeans even at that young age. So
absolutely, and but you know, I don't think you're having that car.
You mean on Tom? You know, like Tom. Was it Schreider and Tom Womack? Right? What was his name?
Wopat.
Wopat. Yeah.
You're not having that car with the
Barbara
rebel flag.
Bach. That's right. That's right. I knew it was a Bach.
Do you know? Can you name? And then we'll just do one last one. Can you name the #1 song? This week in January, 1981. The #1.
I'm gonna go with some Eddie Money song.
Nope, it is John Lennon. Starting Over.
Starting over. Oh well, because he die in 1980, right? So, or did he die in 81? When did he get killed?
I think he's gonna die.
No, he's dead. He's dead by now. I feel like he's dead, but I'm gonna check that.
Lennon's not dead. What are you talking about? It's January 1980. What?
When did he die? I don't know.
You're horrible. What are you talking about? John Lennon's not going to die.
He's dead already. He died last month.
Oh my God, that's terrible. I need to turn on the news. Yeah. I was watching Mama the Detective. Sorry. Okay, and a couple quick notes. And
he died December 8th, 1980. Okay. That's why I'm not saying this. It's an okay song, but I'm sure it was propelled even more by the fact that it was sort of posthumous.
It's like your artwork goes up.
Right.
So that's when we're gone. That's what we should do, right?
Right.
So we should that.
Right. We'll pull down all our Grog Talks and our modules for a month and then put them back for pay only.
And I'd just like to mention real quick, because we're talking about conventions, just real quick, a couple of conventions that are coming up, if that's okay.
Sure.
So don't forget to go to USACon, which will be January 16th through the 18th. That is held at the University Center of the University of South Alabama in Mobile, Alabama. Science fiction, fantasy, and board games are planned. Pre-registration is $5. You can contact Leo Volin at 5856 Liz Lloyd Drive in Mobile for more information. And also on the 16th to the 18th is Orcon. It's game convention and exposition to be held in the convention facility of the Sheraton Anaheim Hotel in Anaheim. For more information, contact Oricon, care of Tim Curran at 3342 Quail Run Road, Los Alamitos, California. You can also call them. I encourage you to do this at either 213-424-3180 or 213-596-3040. If you go to Oricon or USACon, tell them you heard about it on GROGTALK.
Right, which didn't exist. But yes, absolutely. All right. Well, very good. That was a fun little thing. And so we're going to do that every time or something like that? Is that...
I would like to. Well, it all depends upon, reaction.
Well, now we're going to bring Rob on because we got a couple of things. We're going to do Have You Ever as soon as he comes on with him.
Okay.
I hear his I hear his tones. Let me get him set up in the thing. See, he's joining.
Well, and if you're doing while you do that, because we're going to do Have You Ever Played, right?
I figured we'd have him do that with us as well. Hello, Rob. How are you? You need to be put on the screen.
And let me announce, while you're doing that, I'll announce our sponsor for Have You Ever, if that's okay.
All right. Yes. Well, Rob, you're on with us. There you go.
Hey, hello.
Welcome, sir. How are you today?
Hello, Rob.
I'm doing great. I remember I was sitting in my car, having just left the Enterprise 1701 game shop on Mills and Orange in Orlando in 1981 when I heard on the radio that John Lennon was killed.
Oh. What did you buy?
Probably comic books and anything out of the bargain bin.
Your allowance wasn't that high?
I was a struggling college student, so there's only so much that could be gotten.
What's amazing is we may have been in that store at the same time at some point.
Yeah, you would have been one of those kids that I would have tried to avoid as you elbow each other by the miniatures case.
Yeah, exactly, right. And you went, and Gen Con South is 1981 is coming up in Jacksonville. You went to that, didn't you?
I did indeed. Some of my college buddies and I drove up.
Can you see that?
Well, I can see that. I remember going to that. I wish I could find some evidence of it on the internet besides what you're now pointing at.
I don't think they're using this drawing in 2020. It appears to be a rebel soldier.
Well, as I recall, they probably had Civil War miniature battles there. I remember playing in a...
I'm sorry, Rob. I don't mean to cut off. He said something very inappropriate. It's not a rebel soldier. It's a war of northern aggression to freedom fighter. Please get that right.
Well, let's just call it a Confederate and assume that's what it
okay.
covers all bases.
Okay. I wasn't sure. But sorry, Rob. Go ahead. I apologize.
I played in the TSR D&D tournament in '81, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. It's one of those situations where you suddenly realize that for me, it was very eye-opening to see all those gamers all in one place. Certainly the most gamers I'd ever seen in one place. And the next year I brought clothespins for my nose.
Very, very wise.
All right, so are we on to Have You Ever?
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
I got mine.
Okay, and just to let you know, this installment of Have You Ever is brought to you by the Toy Castle in Haney Plaza on Dundee Trunk Road in Maple Ridge, British Columbia. FRP games, books, and accessories. They now have video game rentals. $2 a day for cartridges on weekdays, $3 for each cartridge Saturday till Monday at noon, $3 for IntelliVoice, $4 for IntelliVoice on weekends, and they have Intellivision, ColecoVision, and Atari. So again, Toy Castle, 467-9641. Tell them you heard about them on GROGTALK.
Yeah, that's
okay,
good stuff.
if I recall correctly, we had just finished. We'd killed the gelatinous cube. We saw some bones, right? And we saw a long creature, a roper. Does that sound familiar, gentlemen?
Yeah, roper sounds. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think we fought a roper.
Okay. So this, of course, is Have You Ever Played a Wizard in the Heart of a Hobgoblin Lair by Cameron Munn and Kelly Velamir. Okay. Through the doorway you go, and on with your venture. You realize you should be a little bit more careful now. Up ahead, you see a hobgoblin carrying a damp-looking sack, and he just turned into the alcove. Quickly, you sneak up towards the alcove, where inside you see the hobgoblin cursing at a door, fumbling with some keys. He doesn't detect you sneaking up behind him, and you successfully get your dagger to his throat before he has a chance to do anything. Where is my gem? Tell me, or I'll slit your throat here and now, you demand. The frightened hobgoblin seems to know exactly what you want and tells you where the gem can be located. You decide to end his existence anyway. Well, we are evil.
Chaotic evil.
Chaotic evil. Well, you know where your gem is, but curiosity gets the better of you. What is behind this door? A question you will soon answer. Well, I guess the hobgoblin's been offed. You pick up the keys the hobgoblin had and easily open the door. This seems to be a mistake. Why are we doing this? We know where the gem is, but okay.
We're chaotic.
That's true. Revealed to you is a 20 by 20 foot room, apparently empty. However, as you enter, you hear a squeaking noise coming from the opposite corners of the room, and from out of 2 post-revealed holes file out some giant rats. 7 of these rotten rodents leave their slimy abode to meet death, not their expected dinner, as you decide to. So we've gotten this far. We're getting giant rats. Okay.
Did you say it was a 20 by 20 room?
It is. Yes, it is, sir. He's
Okay.
taking notes. Oh, he's serious. See, he learned from that tournament at Gen Con South in '81. Everyone was taking notes. He's like,
some lessons, you don't forget.
he was killed. You were killed by giant rats in the first room.
No, by a fireball in a 20 by 20 room.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Hey, don't be giving clues to the other players. It's a
Sorry.
Okay, number 1, step back near door and cast a fireball into the room. Wow. Okay. 2, use Ring of Invisibility. It does say step back. Use Ring of Invisibility. That seems a little bit like literally overkill. Use Ring of Invisibility, then run back to door, shut it, then run. 3, attack them immediately with dagger. 4, polymorph self into cat form, and then attack. That's awesome. That's what I'm going to do, just 'cause it's hilarious. 5, cast Burning Hands on them. 6, cast Sleep Spell on them. 7, cast Protection from Evil, then attack with dagger. Oh, we know we know about their alignment. If fans of flipping and turning will know their alignment.
Yep.
8, cast Magic Missiles on the first 4, then attack others with dagger. 9, cast Ice Storm on them. 10, cast Slow Spell on them, then run and close the door behind you. All right, there they are. So 1 is Fireball, 2 Ring of Invisibility,
3 is Attack Dagger, 4 Polymorph, 5 Burning Hand, 6 Sleep, 7 Protection from Evil, 8 Magic Missile, 9 Ice Storm, 10 Slow, correct?
You are correct.
All right, I was just posting it to our thing. So, for those who are playing at home, so Rob, you are our guest, even though, what shall you do?
Well, a lot of those look good, but I've used all my spells. I'm dropping a fireball on them.
All right, Fireball. So, Rob is going with number 1.
You know, I really want to go with number 4, but I'm not, because I've lived and I don't want to die. I'm going to go with the Ring of Invisibility. I don't even know why I opened this door. I'm going with 2.
How many rats are there?
Oh, it's a good question. You hear some giant rats. Oh, 7, sorry. 7 of these rotten rodents. The rotten rodents. 7 leave their slimy abode to meet death.
The rotten rodents were opening for the pseudo undead, aren't they?
Yes, the Rotten Rodents. They're a punk band out of, it's either Boise or Portland. I forgot, somewhere out there. They're pretty good.
Boise or Portland, yeah.
They're
One of those. They're a west, northwest kind of vibe.
they're actually a bunch of upper middle class kids from a Portland suburb, but
Right,
they
yeah,
like punk.
Yeah. So Dan, which one are you using?
I am using number 2, Ring of Invisibility.
Who does number 2 work for? That's good. Dan? Well, let's see. I'm dead, so I want to and I'm evil, so I'm going to go with slow and torture them. So that's what I'm using. So I'm going to cast slow on them and then attack.
Okay, has everybody...
So David's 5, Aggie is 1, Shannon is 5, Didn't we do this already? I don't remember. So pick one.
I don't think we did. We didn't do giant rats, did we?
Lloyd's going to use his ring. I don't think
We
so.
did giant centipedes.
We did giant
let me,
centipede.
well, let me put it this way. If we did do it and you die again, shame on you.
Exactly. Go.
Wait, I did the cat again? Okay. So, James, if you want to read off the number and what it is, then I can tell you the result.
Yeah, so number 1, cast Fireball.
Okay. And we have Rob did that one, right?
And,
Anyone else?
and Aggie. Rob and Aggie.
All right. Rob and Aggie. So, kills them, but take 1 hit point of damage from the intense heat as it bounces back.
Ah,
So
well
it's
worth it.
Alive.
Well worth
So
it.
it's your beard, right? Because he's got a big beard, if you'd seen him, right? So it's going to singe his beard a little. Okay?
I'll
Not
take it.
bad. You've wasted your fireball now, folks.
That's all right.
Let's cares.
All right. That was classic. Okay?
2 is what you did.
Yes, the Ring of Visibility.
Yep.
Kelly literally says, quote, great choice.
Oh.
No damage. Great choice. Okay?
So 3 is attack
That's
with
all he
dagger.
says?
You kill them, but take 4 hit points of damage in melee.
Okay.
You know, I got to tell you, I think this should always be the combat system. Instead of spending 25 minutes rolling to kill rats back and forth, it should just be, you tell you the result. Okay. What was 4?
Polymorph into a cat.
Did anyone do that?
No.
I thought you did that, Dan.
No,
I
he
was
chickened out.
I did. Yes. Yes. I'm glad I did. I do kill them, but I would have taken 6 hit points of damage.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's worse as
down.
a cat.
And I only have 6 hit points. I would have died as the cat. Okay. What is 5?
5 is Burning Hands.
Great choice. No damage.
Yep. Great choice. David picked Burning Hands, which I thought was a good one. 6
That
is
is a
Sleep.
good one, but I used it already.
Does Burning Hands last a long time? Like, is he touching all of them?
Well, it's a fan. It's a fan 123 feet in front of you. Just
Oh, so I don't have to touch anybody.
No, that's right. It's like the Mandalorian where you just shoot this thing out.
Oh. Yeah, because grappling giant rats would seem
No.
ill-advised.
No, you
Okay.
don't. That's touching hands. We don't that's a different spell.
I grapple the
Burning
right.
touch.
Yeah. Okay, 6 was anyone? What was 6?
6 was Sleep, which I think would be good as well.
Great choice. No damage.
7
Yep.
Protection from Evil.
That is, you kill them but take 3 hit points of damage.
So you took more hit points with Protection from Evil than you did with the dagger. Okay.
Well, what's the alignment of a giant rat?
Neutral parenthetical evil.
That's right.
Sure,
So
but it's not an. Are you trying to tell me that okay, well, you know, you can digress. I can digress. You're trying to tell me that you think a parenthetical evil rat it can be excluded by a protection from evil spell, which is specifically discussed.
No.
Talks about
That's not my point. I think
summoned and extraplanar creatures.
No, I don't think it does. I think you get the bonus for attacking it. So the attack with dagger, you only took 1 point, correct? Dan?
oh yeah. Okay. Hang on a second here. What was dagger? What one
Number 3.
Sorry, it's a bonus to armor class.
This you take 3.
Right.
Kelly is suggesting. I don't think so. The question is, does the parenthesis get you the bonus? Right. We know that you can't exclude. Right.
Right.
But
Well, it
the
does get
question
the bonus. Absolutely gets the bonus.
It's a parenthetical bonus.
No, it's not a parenthetical. You get the bonus. So why did I take more damage with Protection from Evil than just attacking with dagger? I guess is my question.
Well, that's
Maybe you took the time to cast the spell,
All right.
and those rats were like.
Yeah, maybe. But then I should have failed. Maybe then he should have wrote while you were casting the spell, they hit you and your spell was failed, and now you take more damage. I'm fine. I would have been fine with that.
Well, Kelly's the one who didn't let me talk to the porcupine, and don't
Well,
they?
that's true.
Don't they burrow? If only we had an expert on speaking with burrowing mammals on the show.
I don't believe porcupines were in the list of burrowing mammals.
I apologize to Kelly then. Okay, so I think you do not. So we're having a split where it's time to vote. There's 3 of us. Time to vote.
There's no vote. It's
So you
5.
get the bonus on parenthetical. I vote nay.
Yes, it's a yes. It's with that clearly.
Speaker of the House, you break the tie.
Right. What's the question?
Do you get the AC bonus and saving throw bonus for parenthetical evil?
I think if I'm not mistaken, don't you get it just by casting the spell versus whatever that attacks you?
No, it has to be evil creatures. It says.
I think it's neutral. Rats are neutral. They do evil things, but they are neutral.
They're
The emotion does not pass. The bonus is
parenthetical.
not given.
Well,
Okay.
you can make up whatever rules you want. That's fine. But okay.
I'm gonna say you're a jerk and throw dice at you. We know I would like you, right? We would get the dice thrown at us.
That's right.
Because we're the DM at the convention, not given the bonus. It's
Well, when this comes up at the convention, we'll need to determine ahead of time all these decisions.
yeah. And I know your view on the ethereal plane, and it sucks.
That's right.
It's wrong.
Well,
Jerk.
That's fine. At least I have one. At least I know what it is. I don't have to be explained 14 times what it is. And now you're not even talking. You're muted.
Dan, you've gone.
You've gone so angry we can't even hear you.
He's speechless.
Oh, this show's gotten much better. And yeah, I changed my. Darn it.
You know what it is? You know who did it?
Yeah.
The ratings there was a 5-second spike in ratings, and then
All right. We better.
That cat's parenthetical evil. He's a friend of mine, so that's good.
It is parenthetical evil. He's attacking. See, he literally is attacking the mute button. He's not a fan of the show. He's like, wow.
Well, then he would mute the sound. He muted your mic. Just saying.
I'm terrible.
I didn't say that. That's the cat's opinion, not mine. I think you're great. Well, we did not. We're on 8. Magic missile.
You kill them, but you take 3 hit points of damage.
Okay, and then 9.
What's 9?
Ice storm.
Great choice. No
Yeah.
damage, but boy, you blew ice storm. But okay.
And then slow is the one I did. But I'm dead, so it doesn't matter.
This is the last one.
Yeah, 10.
Great choice.
Thank you. I like
No
that.
damage.
And I tortured them because they're slowly.
Yeah, they're slow. Oh.
No chaotic evil wizard on his deathbed ever said, "I wish I hadn't cast Ice Storm."
Right.
That's true. They say, right, what they say is, I wish I'd cast Ice Storm.
I wish I'd cast Ice Storm.
I should have. Yeah.
What was I saving it for?
I love it. I would know.
He's gone again.
He's gone again. Your cat's.
Yes, the cat. Hey, you. Here. Stay up
Put
here.
him on the payroll.
I saw you're looking for help for flipping and turning. I read the ad. I'd like to respond to the ad.
Oh, yes.
It sounded pretty accurate. You were more honest than Gary was, or Tim Kask.
All right, so we are going to we brought Rob on because we were supposed to do this last month, but last month was the plague month in my house. But we are back, so we're going to discuss the latest, greatest opus work, Flipping and Turning, issue 2.5, which I will now present to everyone. So I have to move this way if I'm going to be seen. Oh, now we have a cat cam. Oh, there it is. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I'm going to have to hide that because people want to see the cat frolicking. There we go. This is the show now. So for those who are watching the podcast or listening to the podcast, there is a cat in a dice tray playing with a 10-sided dice.
I told you, kittens increase ratings.
Yes. So this will be, in fact, I'll be pulling this off, and this will be the entire show.
I'm telling you, if you do this video just as a separate video on YouTube, it will be our #1 video.
It will be, absolutely. So this, if you're wondering why the show is 4 hours long, now there's an excuse. We're going to just watch the cat play with the dice.
What did he roll?
Yeah, what did he roll?
Actually, it's 0-0.
That's a good roll.
Oh, divine intervention.
I like it.
And literally
100.
another 0.
All right, the deity might show up.
The cat lord. All right, we're talking about flipping and turning.
Really? Are we? Are we really talking?
We better start.
Well,
Guys, thank you very much for having me on the show to talk about flipping and turning number 2.5. After my last appearance, I wasn't sure I would ever be invited back.
I'll just cover myself. No one cares. I should cover Rob as well, but I'll cover myself so everyone can see the new cover, Flipping and Turning, which is awesome. Just saying. So thank you for that.
Loved the cover. What can you tell us about the cover?
Well, the cover is produced by an artist that goes by the name of Storn Cook, and I purchased a bunch of them off of Drive-Thru RPG.
Nice.
And I figured that since it was winter, having a barbarian smacking a frost giant would be an appropriate cover.
It's very, very good. Yep. So, and 44 pages, which is what, almost a 33% increase, or?
Yes. It's. I was amazed at how much wonderful stuff was submitted.
And unlike Dragon Magazine, the vast majority of this is actually information, not ads, and right. So you get your money's worth here, particularly because it's free.
Well, it is free. If you want a print copy, however, which they are still available, please drop me a note on the Discord server.
Yep.
And we'll discuss what's necessary for you to get one of these in your hot little hands.
Which we sell at cost.
That's right. We
Yes,
sell at cost.
absolutely.
There's no profit is made. So I think you guys can see my screen now, hopefully.
Yes.
So we're now at the contributors, the cover art, and so we've got about half an hour. So Rob, why don't you walk us through what you want to talk about? So our first thing is where the Wizard in the Marketplace kind of gives an overview of the thing. So why don't you give us your overview?
Well, I just wanted to talk about this. Wizard in the Marketplace talks about things that are going on in the issue. Also, we wanted to make a reference to the fact that, at the time, of course, this is several weeks in the past, but of the passing of Len Lakofka.
Yep.
And also we were kind of amazed and shocked and delighted to receive from Len Lakofka a submission specifically for flipping and turning.
Yeah, that's super cool.
And so we were, and through the through the help of one of the members of our of the Grog Empire, and then to get the news literally the next day that Len had passed away.
Yep.
Made us really urged us to try to be sure that he was honored in the magazine appropriately with his stuff. So we'll get to that a little bit later. And also on this page, of course, is our Help Wanted ad, and it's the illustration at the top. If you look at it, it's pretty amazing, and it's by a Grog Empress Claiborne Hubbard.
Yep. She did a great job with that.
Claiborne. Excuse me.
Claiborne. That's right, yep. Claiborne. Yep, exactly.
And moving on to and I don't really have much. I mean, this is the thing. It is here is revealed that the head of personnel is in fact Elrond Baroon Warlock. So this apparently he survives the Hobgoblin lair.
Yeah. Spoiler alert. Right. Exactly.
Spoiler alert. He survives and is head of personnel for Smoldering Dung Games. So
are you relocating? Is your lease over on Layer 72, or are you staying there?
I'm sorry.
Is the lease ending on
this level 72 behind the Waddles Gentlemen's Club?
Yeah.
I think we actually have it through the end of 2021. So
okay. We have an option. We have an option to renew for another 5-year period.
Nice.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm glad to hear it.
So the next thing is the first article, besides obviously the column by Rob explaining the magazine, which again he does an amazing job, is some pablum about parenthetical evil.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which already we've determined probably is not canon, probably has no basis in fact based on what we just talked about. But Dan, what do you want to talk about this article? What do you want to say about it?
Well, so this is my contribution, and as you know, I like to talk about monsters that are have evil tendencies, and this one is about the Wolverine, and it's a real page turner.
2 pages, in fact.
Two pages.
It's a now, and they were great in that movie. Patrick Swayze and Charlie Sheen. That was great. That was
That was better than the remake, I think.
yeah, absolutely. I didn't see the remake. I can't see it. That's something you know when you can't beat that. See, and there it is. That's why
Yeah,
I
and I
put it
don't
in
want
there.
to give way too much about it because I want to make sure people read it.
Right. Okay. So there, we did announce. You did see on YouTube the greatest thing that happened this year is going to be the pseudo undead sailing the Sea of Corpses. So be on the lookout for that.
Yeah.
Then it's very kind that Rob puts our articles first, so that it's all uphill. Basically, I'm guessing it's based on entertainment value. So I'm just going to claim that mine is slightly more entertaining than Dan's. You could flip that around. I'm okay. I think they're equally horrible.
It's all based on space, guys.
That's very politically done. See the difference? He is truly an editor. He's like, oh, my publishers, my patron are ruthless. I got to appease them. Excellent job. So my contribution is about fighters. I'll just say it that way. And it was fun to write. So thanks again for Rob giving me the opportunity to do that.
Well, it's a great article about as is always the case with Rules AF, about how the footnote seems to undo what was said in the original little bit. There's even a thing, now I've learned something since this that we'll need to talk about offline with regards to number of attacks. Anyway.
Okay, so there's a clarification or some.
There might be an extension. Yeah.
Oh, an extension. Well,
in a future issue.
So now we have Saul's Throb and Tingle Magic Emporium, and we have some things submitted by Dave and Vic. Is that correct?
That's correct. Dave and Vic work very hard to bring only the finest magic items to Saul's place.
I really liked the Ring of the Rat.
I know it's a pretty good. I thought you might like it. It seems like the perfect kind of thing for. It's definitely a Dan Gormansky sort of thing.
Yes, I'm gonna have to make use of that in an adventure somewhere.
So
but the other ones, the Braces of Missile Deflection, Quill of the Playwright, they're all very good.
They're all great.
Well, and I like it too because it's very old school style because it does it. It has a consequence, but it doesn't tell you how to adjudicate it, which I do like. It says, the life they are so coveted. This is the Ring of the Rat, that owning one is like putting a curse or target on your back. Life expectancy turns into that of a rat, in other words. So now you have to figure out the life expectancy of a rat. You have to figure out rolling a dice for it. All that's good stuff. It's great. I love it. It's good stuff.
I think they only live like a year to 18 months to a year. So
well, but now you have research. That's what's great. That's what makes AD&D great.
That's my life. It doesn't undo it. I mean, that's my lifespan.
That's what it says. It's like a curse. Or did you?
I believe Vic was making a reference to the fact that because everyone wants them, someone will try to kill you very soon.
Oh.
Yeah,
I got it. My life expectancy turns into that of a rat. In other words, I got it. So everyone's like hunting you down.
Right. Well, literally, it says life expectancy turns into a rat. In other words, yeah.
Well, that is true. That is technically and exactly what is said there.
Right. So I love it. Now we have terrible monsters, which again, so. Vic
we had a lot of them. I was very impressed by having a bunch of good submissions this year.
They're terrible submissions.
Issue. Well, they were all terrible.
Right.
But they were all good.
Okay. So any of them that really struck your fancy?
Well, I like the the monsters are all all the monsters are good. I want to point out in this case the artwork, which is one by one of the Vampire Vines by Aggie Pryor.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
The Beast of the Arena is by Adrian Sanchez.
Oh, well, look at that. These are great. These are so great.
And of course, the Beast of the Arena was submitted by the guy on the left here, Mr. Dan Gormansky.
You ripped it from me.
Yes. The next page is Guardian of the Temple, which is another Adrian issue. I liked Guardian of the Temple quite a bit. And the last one is by the elder guy, David Thompson, Chamberlain. And the illustration is from a book of clip art. So not quite as interesting.
Yeah. Tongue sticking out. It's not very... But all ratings terrible. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, well, they're all terrible.
Right, exactly.
I mean, oh my gosh, it'd be terrible to run into them.
And I'd like to remind our listeners and viewers of what Rob does. He comments on all of the submissions akin to how it used to be done in White Dwarf Fiend Factory.
That's right. So that's a very thing. And Nexus asked the gibbering or gibbering mouther.
Now I've screwed you up. Is it giblets or giblets?
Yes.
I screwed you up. I feel like you were okay till I screwed you up.
I was fine. I was fine with a lot of things.
I think that the gibbering mouther needs to rule on how to pronounce the gibbering mouther.
Well, for Australians, he certainly should rule on that, but we're not Australian, so I reserve the right of pronunciation. Everything, other things D&D, I have no problems letting the Chamberlain or Australia adjudicate. The pronunciation when it comes to Americans, because clearly our American is way better than all the other English derivatives. There's American and then there's all these other derivatives. I don't.
Oh my gosh, the most controversial statement ever made.
Well, it's
on GROGTALK.
True American. We've perfected it. We are the Sony of the English language. The
That's
British.
a really interesting. That statement right there is interesting. Right
the British is the Phillips of this. They may have created it, but we have perfected it. So that's anyway. I digress. I apologize. So
well, the gibbering mouther comments and rules completely, finally, and bindingly on 4 questions that brought forth by the raised by the Grog Empire.
So is this, Rob, is this considered GROGTALK canon?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, it says so right there in the subheading. All rulings are final and binding on all games within the Grog Empire.
That's right. I agree with that.
I mean, if we can finally get rid of polyhedron as a disputed authority and replace it with something that we can actually depend upon.
This is more authority than the polyhedron. A bunch of people we don't even know.
Who are those guys?
The powers vested in us by us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of that stuff is clearly people are citing Gary said. They're using his thing, kind of like the book of Gary. I don't believe it.
I mean,
go ahead.
Gary wrote the book that shall not be named. I'm just saying.
Right.
No one's perfect.
It is true, but this is, very well done by the Chamberlain, and so love that. All right, so
moving along, we have a article by Menyon, his discussions of his experiences of getting back into the game and his thoughts on playing. Always very welcome and interesting.
So, Rob, just 2 things. First, that reminded me that if you want more of David Thompson, he has a YouTube channel where he goes into length about all the old books, various titles, way more concise, clear. If you like the idea of GROGTALK, that we actually help you with the game, but realize we don't, and you want that, go to David's channel. So David Thompson is the person you want to talk to. I thought he was doing a podcast, right? And he's also written a number of online books that go over this as well, which are excellent as well. And the reason I bring this up is because Mendon, aka Rob, has a wonderful podcast, Confessions of a Wee Timorous Bushy. So there's our shameless plugs because they deserve plugging.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So his reflections are very, is it erudite? Erudite, right? That's a good word.
Erudite and thoughtful.
That, erudite. I wanted to throw that word in.
It's sagacious.
Oh, this is excellent.
That too.
Excellent,
Exactly.
sir.
Yeah.
I tip, I
Wait,
tip
get out
the
the
hat.
chart. Let's roll and see what his thoughts are.
That's right.
I don't know what it means, but I know the word. I know the word.
I tip the hat to you. I thought I pulled out erudite. And I thought but I see your erudite and raised sagacious.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Here's some pablum. Looks
Yeah,
like
something by Yellow Cap and Bigly Nut Brown have again presented more of the Gnome Realms. In this case, it's the Gnome Surveyor.
Did we lose a lawsuit on diversity? Is there some kind of equal opportunity claim that are we under some consent decree that we have to have something with gnomes all the time?
Yes, we are under an affirmative action consent decree that's been entered. Yes, to increase the coverage of gnomes.
That's right. So
isn't it now
in this case,
disproportionate now? Are we keeping track of the number of pages dedicated to gnomes versus others?
if there is a counter claim made, we will address that in court.
No, I don't want to make a counterclaim because then there's a presumption of bias and then, a culture of discrimination. I just want to affirm that if these measures that we're making to comply with the consent decree are not in of itself causing discriminatory actions to other races. I just want to make sure it's consistent with the discrimination originally claimed.
You know what James is doing? You said so, Rob. You suggested he could pursue this legally, correct?
That was my suggestion. Yes.
He rejected that, and instead he seems to be riling up anti-gnome fervor to sort of descend
Without any evidence.
without any evidence to descend an angry mob on the Grog Empire palace. Probably is that what's going on here?
Right.
I don't know.
I'm not going to impugn James's intentions here. I think that I'm not entirely sure James is 100% cognizant of the consequences of anything he says or does.
I want fair and equity between all the races. I have a race-free world that I see where we're all the same and we're judged by our character. And in that case, gnomes would be hunted down and murdered because they're annoying. Oh, sorry, never mind. I'm sorry. I said it.
Moving on.
So the Gnome Surveyor is a helpful NPC class that is basically, as he goes up levels, he becomes even more of a gnome than he was before, and is very good at mapping dungeons.
More Nomi. Sounds great.
Yep.
So he's even less useful. Got it. Perfect. It's great.
Here's another great illustration by Aggie.
It is. And she just mentioned the joke's on me because she tried to make him look like me. And I said, yes, he's hideous. It's perfect. So good job.
Actually, a little more like me.
Yeah, now you've got the goatee going on. I need to, at some point. I don't know if I can pull off the home.
That's next issue.
If I can pull off the homeless look like you did, Dan. All right, so the Chamberlain has random encounters are wild. So what's this one about?
Well, it's an interesting discussion that kind of grew out of a conversation that the Chamberlain and I were having about how random encounter tables in D&D are different than the dungeon encounter tables, because the dungeon encounter tables you are designed to you use them to based on the level of the dungeon and the level of the PCs, so there's a certain amount of balance there. Meanwhile, random encounters, especially as listed in the DMG, will drop a huge ancient red dragon on a bunch of first levels that go across the hexes. Go doing a hex crawl, as Vic has shown to great effect. We got a drawing here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One of my favorites in the book by Adrian
Yes.
of Hugo meeting an untimely death
Is that Manicore
with.
or Porcupine?
Well, you'll have to scroll down to see the other
that's
side.
Porcupine.
It's actually a 2-page spread.
Beautiful. Love it.
It's the giant porcupine.
I should have guessed. I meant to say we should have guessed it. I apologize. So
Yeah, can you put your screen in to display it in 2-page mode? And the answer to that could be no.
No, it's probably best not. Because also for the
Alright.
podcasters, they need to just. And by the way, how do you get this? Because as you know, we release it initially first to those who helped us create it. Then we give it to our patrons as an early gift, and then it's available to everyone as a gift through. How do they get that?
Oh, so Drive-Through RPG, which is I guess the premier website for this sort of stuff. And if you do a search for Smoldering Dung Games, the aroma will be immediately in your face, and all the issues will be there, ready for download for free.
All right, excellent. So we need to keep moving on. Vaprak the Destroyer.
All right, Vaprak
Awesome.
the Destroyer. This is our Len Lakofka
Amazing.
centerfold.
This is so amazing.
So Len had some thoughts about Vaprak the Destroyer, and there's also a element here at the bottom, which is a little sidebar by our buddy Puppet Dad, who is our he is a member of the Grey Council, who is going through Len's stuff and trying to organize it and present it to the world. And it's through his help that we were able to be honored to have this. So he had a discussion of Vaprak the Destroyer, and then also a new kind of a thing, which was the Ogre Tribal Leader, which is a tremendous, a really good boss for ogres.
And just to mention, 40 years ago this month, Len Lakofka presents the Archer NPC class.
Yes, that's right. I love the Orc Tribal Leader. Great job on that. Then this is also super fun. Nick did a nice job on the Tale of Two Princesses, B3 versus B3. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the two versions of a lot of curiosity about this much discussed incident in the early days of D&D.
Yeah, I love the.
Oh, there you got the drawing.
The
Enlarged. I can't wait to see it. Wait, what?
No. I had to pixelate it. It was just too shocking.
It's just like 80s. It's just like the bad internet back in the early 90s. You can't. It's all pixelated. You can't see anything legitimate. It's terrible. All right. So next is 3 questions. I mean, there's just so much stuff here. It's awesome. You know.
Yeah, it was a good issue. There's also, this is what you might call. So we have 3 questions here with Carlos and Vic, where they got to discuss having to do with running games and conventions, and also some of the projects that they're currently working on. And on their Spells from the Future by Josh,
yes,
who
another dear friend of the show,
is a recurring feature.
I like the Heat Drain. That's kind of fun. It's a powerful spell.
Well, it is level 8.
Right. And you can just, I mean, those are fun spells. I would want that on a scroll. I don't know if I would keep that, because again, there's some super powerful 8th level spells, but that'd be fun to have as a scroll spell. So that's wonderful.
Ye Old Gruel Hut, where you can cook up a healthy dish in the real world, and that's by Mickey Larch.
That's right, the Captain General's spouse, if I remember, and
yep, and it's featured in the adventure, The Demon Eye Cult by Brian Large, also with cartography by Adrian Sanchez.
So we have an adventure, how-tos, reviews, interviews. I mean, it's truly amazing. You've outdone yourself, Rob. I'm just saying.
Thank you.
I'm going to skip
well,
through.
like
I'm
I
going to
say,
skip through the adventure.
It's all has to do with my contributors.
I'm going to skip.
Present company
Yeah,
accepted.
well, that's true. Then we have moving on, A Touch of Class, which is always fun too.
The Touch of Class is a new, hopefully a recurring column where we'll discuss each of the classes in some detail. And this one is the cleric, and there's also the Chamberlain does a tremendous job of, and I'm telling you, that section that you have right here, casting and learning spells, needs to be read. It is it's eye-opening, groundbreaking, and revolutionary. All
right. Well, that's good. Well, it's interesting because someone mentioned to Dan that we do things by the book here, and I do think we do a lot of things by the book. So, Lloyd, where do you send submissions? There's two ways. You can go onto our Discord, which is in the show notes, and go to the GrogZine channel or just direct message Rob, or you can go to editor@grogcon.com, and either way that gets to Rob, correct?
Correct.
Right, so he does a great job with this, but I'm sure it's a lot of fun. So there you go, all about clerics. I guess what I'm getting a theme, Dan, is that we did cover all these, we did a touch of class or a class. But apparently that wasn't good enough. So people have had to write on top of what we did.
They're cleaning up our mess.
Well, there's a lot of errata that needs to be written, apocrypha, and apologetics is what these are.
Is there any hermeneutics? That's what I'm curious.
Oh, that's true. Well, that goes without saying.
I don't know what hermeneutics is, but I know it's part of that thing. So I would like some hermeneutics with my apocryphal writings.
Let me make a note of that.
You rub it on you though, James. Don't drink it.
Yeah, don't drink it.
She rubs the hermeneutics. She rubs the hermeneutics on her. It's Silence of the Lambs now.
I'm going to tell other players, wait, you're going to drink that potion? No, you rub it.
James, scroll down one more page, please.
All right.
And this is here's a game called A Gnome Called Fear, and it's all on one page right there.
A game you can just play. Exactly.
Yep, it's a game you can play for hours at a time.
Yeah, and it's absolutely terrifying. So, and I love the artwork, so that was good. I don't know who did that, but it's good. So then we have some ads from our sponsors, which we don't charge them because they're great friends. Obviously, Castle Entertainment, who we were in their game last week, super fun, and Keep Bloodred Falls, which we purchased through a Kickstarter, and we're still giving them away, and then all the titles. So once again, sir, well done, well done, well done.
And an illustration on the back cover is by Harvey,
that's right. Thank you. Oh, hermeneutics regarding interpretation for literary text. Thank you. That's excellent. I had no idea what I was saying, but I knew it was appropriate. So, once again,
Henry
hermeneutics.
Gosh, why don't I get
Henry Hubbard?
No,
who is not hermeneuticing. I don't even know if that's a word.
No. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much. I gotta get out of here. I appreciate you having me on for the magazine, and we will touch base down the road.
Very good, sir. We really appreciate all the things you do, and we're actually, you and I are going to talk tomorrow, hopefully, about a new feature that we're hoping to do.
Indeed, reach out to me and tell me where we can meet like two spies on a park bench. For our secret
That's right,
meeting.
for the drop-off. So it will.
Right.
I'll text you tonight when the show's over, because at this point we got
Sounds
5
good.
hours. So thank you again, Rob. We'll talk to you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. So let's get. So now, Dan, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are we gonna have a brief intermission?
We can do that. Yep, we can do that. Let's take a brief intermission. I'll get Harold Johnson on, who's our special guest.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Thanks.
All right. are back, and look, we have a new little figure to the south of us on our screen, who is he's not. It's like the Masked Singer, the Masked author. So Dan, why don't you introduce our guest?
Well, they should have to guess, right?
Oh,
Just by
well, I did announce
looking.
on Twitter and Discord who we're doing, but go ahead. Who do you think this is behind the Make This Model Lost Temple book with the hat on?
Well, if you guessed Harold Johnson, you would be correct. So, and here, what I saw on the internets is someone said Harold is said to be the TSR employee with the longest tenure. Do you believe
that is correct. That is correct.
what? And how long would that tenure have been?
21 years.
Okay.
Awesome.
So you weren't part of the purge, apparently.
I was there.
Okay. Well, sounds like we got to follow up with that.
Let's start with the mask. You guys see the mask, right? I'll take it off, but I thought I should wear it. This is an official Dungeons and Dragons
Yeah, D&D.
face mask.
It is
Wait.
D&D. What is it? D&D Adventures Away.
Oh wait.
Stay at play at home. Wow.
So where'd you get that from, Harold?
A friend,
Nice.
but it was a Kickstarter.
Oh.
So actually, my business partner in my bookstore, Wendy Lord, actually got it for me.
Very, very cool. Very cool.
That's
Well, so
awesome.
thank you so much for being on the show. We've got a lot to talk about. We always like going way, way back when. So can you take, I know you went to Gen Con in 1976.
That's correct.
Can you take us even before that? So how do you get into role-playing games?
Okay, I went to Northwestern in 1975. In the winter of 1975, my father was a professor, and he decided he was going to go on an adventure of his own and take the family with him. He invited me to quit school and go with him, where he was going to go to teach at the University of Kabul in Afghanistan.
Wow.
And I said, no. So I went to Northwestern, and while I was there, I went home to Nebraska, where my dad was based, and I encountered some of my high school buddies, and they said, "We got this great new game you got to play." And I said, "Okay, let's see what it is." And it was this game called Dungeons and Dragons, the original OE. And we did not have an actual copy of the rules. We had a photocopy of the rules. No. We had a photocopy of a photocopy. Wait. We had a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy of the rules. And my first official copy was a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy of the rules, which was very gray.
Did Gary?
That was my first version.
Did Gary know that? Did you ever tell him that you used a photocopy version? And if so, was he angry with you?
No, Gary loved me. Gary thought the world of. No, of course I didn't tell him. Are you insane?
About that, wasn't he? That people were photocopying, right?
Yeah, that's right. So when I did join TSR, one of my first projects after the Dungeon Masters Guide was the character record sheets. And if you remember those character record sheets, they're done on Astro Bright paper. So they were orange, goldenrod, and a blue. And they would turn gray if you photocopied them. So you should use the originals, obviously, right? Okay, so anyway, I go home, I play the game. I have no idea what the rules are. And but I'm excited about it. I'm at this time a professional performer from 4th grade to about the age of 22. I made my money performing on stage or doing voices, voice talents for radio commercials, that sort of thing. And I was also a professional puppeteer. And I said, okay, I can do this. This is inventing a story. This will be fun. And I played the first 2 games, and it was great. And then we said, we're going to do an all-nighter. And we got together for an all-nighter. And I went to our props set, and I came back with, treasure chests and bags and rubber snakes and spiders and needles. And we had hard candy for gems and vanilla wafers for gold coins. So we could do all this. We were going to play all night. And then at 9 o'clock in the evening, our referee got up and said, I'm done. I'm going home. And everybody went, what? How is 9 at night, all night? So we sat around for a while, and he said, what do we do? Nobody's got a campaign or a dungeon. This was back in the days of dungeon crawls. And I said, well, I don't know the rules, but I can tell a story. I can tell a story off the top of my head. If somebody will run the battles when we get to a battle, I will run the game. So that night, we played till 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, and I never got to play again. I was the referee from that point on.
So you were making it up on the fly?
Say?
You were making it up on the fly then. So you're basically...
Oh, yeah. Yep. Absolutely. I've never actually thought that I'm inventing the stories. I think I'm like an archaeologist. I'm translating the stories from ancient script. I'm telling the story that has been passed on from generation to generation. So those stories, people will say, that's a great story. You should write it. I don't have time. You want to write it, just give me credit for it. But it's such a great story, and a great story only comes around once in a while. No. I have tons of stories up here. Not a problem.
Now, had you been a fan of fantasy literature, or what drew you to it? Your friends, when they said, come play this game, why did they grab you to come play this game?
Well, fantasy literature included science fiction. And so, yes, indeed, I was a Trekker, not a Trekkie, a Star Trekker. We had a science club called STFCL Lemniticus, Star Trek Fan Club Lemniticus, which was a play on Lemniscate, which is the infinity sign. We were a bunch of nerds, and somebody took the test and said, well, I couldn't remember what the name of that was, so I called it a Lemniticus. And we all laughed at him and said, that's a Lemniscate, you idiot. So we had a Star Trek fan club, but it was really an excuse to play games. And we used to invent our own games to play on large calculators, because in those days you didn't have Atari, you didn't have Sega. What we were doing was we were using like scientific calculators at that time, and we had a game that was a ship-to-ship combat, and you had to figure out what the length of the hypotenuse was for a shot across the bow of the ship. And depending on how close you got, how many zeros you got in the calculation, was how many hits you did to the ship.
Wow.
Okay. And how did you, but you were at Northwestern at the time, or you said you were just back in Nebraska. Right?
I came back from Nebraska. I was there for the summer. And that's where I learned the game. Then I came back to Northwestern. And at Northwestern, I started to try and recruit players. At that time, I did not know of the existence of the North Shore General Staff, which was the game club at Northwestern. So I participated in a 350-man class called, what was it called? Science fiction literature. We had Frank Herbert came and lectured to us before Dune was made. And I sat in the front row with my tape recorder, my little cassettes, so I could tape all of the classes. And I started talking to the people beside me till I recruited my first gamers, my first players.
So you were able to start then a D&D group at Northwestern.
I did. I started a D&D group. We played D&D. We played Chivalry and Sorcery from Fantasy Games Unlimited, very complex game. Average battle could take 2 to 3 hours. And when you then looked at the amount of game time that elapsed, it would have been 10 seconds.
Wow.
So it was a complex game.
And-
But we were nerds. We played with numbers all the time.
And I feel like there was a big Chicago gaming community at that time. I feel like other guests we've had, I think wasn't Jody Lynn Nye, I think was at Loyola Chicago, and it was Bill Fawcett, I think may have been in
CTIW. Yep, Chicago Tabletop Illinois Wargamers. Yep, CTIW.
And then you make it so not long thereafter you learn about Gen Con. Right.
Yes, actually, I played the year, and we played lots of different games, and then they said, "Do you want to go to Gen Con?" I said, "Well, Gen Con, that's in Wisconsin somewhere, and I don't have a car." I said, "Well, we're carpool, but it's just across the border. It's not." And I said, "Okay." So I got what little money I had. Northwestern's not cheap, and I was paying for it myself. And we drove up there, and on the way they said, "What are you going to play? What are you going to play?" I don't know. We're going to sign up for the AD&D Open, the very first one ever ran. We had a team of 5, but the first game that we could play in was Kingmaker, and I didn't know the rules. So they decided to try and tell me the rules as we're driving up to Milwaukee. Well, not Milwaukee, Lake Chute. Needless to say, it was 3 rounds. I had the exact same score on the first and second rounds, and on the third round I did better, and I was the first runner-up if they didn't all show, but they all showed.
Didn't you complain about the D&D tournament? It
was very annoying. Bob Blake, who was the organizer, Bob had determined that he wanted to give everybody exactly the same chances. So you did not get to roll many dice. You would say, "I'm rolling dice," and he would look at a pre-generated every time somebody said, "I'm rolling for healing," it was, "Okay, you get 3 points back." It was always in that order. But what happened was when we showed up with a team of 5, nobody else had. And he said, "No teams are allowed. There's 5 people in the game." And so they broke us up into 5 different groups. And I wound up not knowing anybody, and we took different characters. I took a cleric because I could be a warrior and I could cast spells and I could heal myself. And everybody else picked the non-controversial, hard-to-run figures, leaving a 10-year-old boy, maybe he was older than that, to run our mage. Needless to say, he mostly stood around and looked at things, but did not cast a spell. So we all died horribly.
And didn't they suggest to you that you complained about
I did.
it?
And I went to the organizer, Neil Topolanicki. I told him how bad it was. He said, "Can you do better? Do you think you can do better?" I said, "Yeah, I know I can do better." And he said, "You want to run a game?" And I thought, well, I've shot up my mouth. I should step up to the plate. So I said, okay, I'll run a game next year. He said, no, not next year, now. You need to run it now. We have a lot of players and we don't have the events. So if you will agree to run a game, a Dungeons & Dragons game, we will get you players, we will get you prizes, we'll get you a location. The only location they had left when they picked this was the center of the convention in Horticulture Hall, which was on a hill. And I said, "Give me the night to think about a scenario." Usually it would come down to, I'd go up to a show and they'd say, "What are you going to run?" "I'm not going to run anything. I'm here to play." No, what are you going to run?" "I am here to play the game." "Look, we told everybody you're the best referee. You need to run something." "Give me half an hour. I'll come up with something." And so I had asked them for some time, and we ran our first event. Myself and two other referees, and Dave White was one. I can't remember who the other one was. And we called it the Blood Cup of Noth. My invention.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's dynamic.
So what? And how did it go?
It was frustrating. We did a round robin tag team event. Every referee tagged in and tagged out. Dave White decided he was going to be an X factor. And so while we were trying to run the adventure, he would pull people away from the table and do something to the character without consulting with the main referees. And then we would come back.
Oh, no.
And it wasn't working well. And we got towards the end of the show, because we were doing this on Sunday. So we had run, I don't know, since 10. And the show ended at 4. And in those days, I believed that if you had paid to play, you should have the entire roller coaster ride. You should complete your adventure. Nowadays, I realize that sometimes that's unrealistic. But in this case, I wanted to finish the adventure for them. So I said, I can do this. If you guys will shut up and let me run it, just step aside, I will get there. And they said, okay, fine. I said, okay, where's the final encounter? They pointed to it on the map. Right there, they said. And I went, okay. The next door, which was a door to a corridor that the heroes opened, I had flooded the corridor with a river. And so they took the huge door off, made it into a raft, threw it on the river, floated down the river, right to the final encounter. So we got them at the final encounter, which was a giant idol that was transparent, and there was like a little imp inside manipulating it. And inside the imp was the Blood Cup of Noth. So,
And did they get it? They get it?
well, yes, actually they did. I'm a very animated referee. I tend to jump around. I can point to people. I try and include everybody at the table. And so I'm doing this, and the show is over. Everybody's sitting watching us because we are the last event going. And I am trying to get them to say the right thing and make the right roll so they can catch the imp and retrieve the blood cup. And we finally get it. Somebody does. They go, and give him the prize. Everybody claps, and we go home.
Awesome.
That was my first show.
Very epic. And what can you tell us? So, for people like us, when we played in the 80s and, we were in Florida and James was in New York, Gen Con was just a dream. So to hear stories of Gen Con is very interesting to us. I mean, could you just describe what it was like? I mean, is Gary walking around? I mean, did you see Gary at Gen Con?
I didn't know who Gary was initially. About 12 years ago, I may have shared this with you. I always thought that I sold myself to the company, that I was a nobody when I went to interview for a position as a designer for them. And about 12 years ago, I realized that those people sitting on the hillside included Jeff Perrin, co-author with Gary on many things, and Gary Gygax. And then when they did small conventions during the year, Fall Revels, Winter Fantasy, I would go up, I'd be recruited to do a game, I'd make it up spur of the moment. I would be the last thing running on Sunday. We'd go Saturday, Sunday, and they would be sitting by the fireplace in the American Legion Hall with me reffing. So now in retrospect, I realized that when I walked into Gary's office, he already knew who I was. I just didn't think he did. Who am I? I was some guy from Northwestern, right?
Very interesting. And so ultimately, it's an advertisement in Dragon Magazine, right? Which I think for many of the people we've had on the show, that's how they got the job. They see an ad, right, and you responded to an ad, correct?
I did actually. I did not know the ad existed. I had gone. My grandfather had died that year, and my grandfather was a Campbell, Richard Campbell. Richard Campbell, by the way, is heir to the Duke of Argyll. He was actually offered the dukedom, so I am in the Royal Blue Book as the grandson of the Duke of Argyll. Wow. But he turned it down because he would have had to go back to Scotland, and he didn't want to go there and leave the family. Anyway, he had passed away that year, and we decided we would go to the homeland, which is Nova Scotia. So I had traveled off to Nova Scotia that summer, and I wanted to get back to Gen Con. So I took a bus ride for 2.5 days from New Brunswick all the way to Gen Con. And when I was there, somebody said to me, "Oh, did you know they're hiring an editor? They're looking for an editor." And I said, "No, well, how do you?" It was in the July Dragon magazine. Okay. So after the show, I went home and I put together a portfolio of things that I had designed for myself for my own campaign. And I called them up and I talked to Mike Carr, who later became general manager. He was head of publishing. And I said, "Well, you probably already hired somebody, but you're not going to know what my skills are if you don't give me an interview." And he said, no, come on up. And I went, okay, hung up and thought, I don't have a car. I live in Chicago. I don't have a car. So I took the train to Milwaukee in the Owl, Wisconsin coach down to Lake Geneva. And then I walked all around Lake Geneva until the interview took place. And then I walked around looking for a place to live if I did get the job. I did not get the job. They had hired somebody, but they said, "Well, we're hiring right now. There may be another position opening." So it was because of an ad, but I did not see the ad.
I got. So how do you ultimately get hired then? If it doesn't happen that time, were you kind of annoyed that you got? I guess you wouldn't be annoyed that you got invited for an interview, even though there's no job, because it sowed the seeds for the job.
Right. Well, actually, I have a degree in biology. I wanted to be Jacques Cousteau. I wanted to be a marine biologist. And when I graduated from Northwestern in '77, I didn't have any real job prospects. I had a union job parking cars. And I was pretty disappointed when I started looking. Nobody wanted to hire a biologist with just a bachelor. You needed a doctorate. I didn't have any money left. And I was so disappointed and then a little depressed. I thought, I need to do something to give myself some encouragement. And when I heard about the job, I thought, you know what? At this point, I'm already a published playwright. I've written, I ran several writers clubs, did our own publications of magazines. And I said, okay, so I can claim to be a writer and I'm a good copy editor. So I will try and sell them on the concept that they need to hire me. And once they offer me the job, I will say, thank you very much, but I'm a scientist. And so this is great that you've offered me a job, but I don't think it's for me. And that was my plan all the way up to even after I was offered the job as a lead designer. It was my plan to now say, okay, thank you, but no thank you. I'm not going to do this.
So let me get this straight. You're being interviewed for a job and they don't have an opening. And your plan is if they offer you the job, you're not taking it.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Continue. Just wanted to make sure I understood that. Okay, but that's the end of the story, I'm assuming.
Yes, that's only the start. In the fall, around October, they have Fall Revel. So I go up to this mini convention in Lake Geneva, and I find out that they are now looking for a lead writer because Gary wants to run the company and he wants somebody to take over the lead on Dungeons and Dragons. The only person who's have written at this time for Dungeons and Dragons Adventures is Gary. We know that Rob Kunst had written for one of the books. Rob and Terry Kunst did a Greyhawk. Dave Arneson helped with Blackmore, but nobody had actually written adventures but Gary. So he decided he wanted to have a lead author, and he would then step away from that. I heard about the job. I called Mike Carr when I got home and said, Mike, what do you think? And he said, sure, we'll entertain you as a candidate. We've got a test for you to take. And he gave me 100 questions on history. They were questions such as Count, Duke, Earl, Marquis, Viscount, Prince, put them in order of high in the hierarchy to low. And a lot of questions about that, about wars and so on. Now, I had a minor in history, and I mostly, with my minor in history, took history of warfare. So it was a good thing to be questioned about it. And also, it's kind of a bizarre history minor. It's history of ancient Near Eastern religions. So Hittite, Akkadian, Sumerian, Babylonian, Canaanite, Zoroaster, Egyptian, Greek, Roman, and just for fun, of course, Norse mythology. All of these being mythologies that I could use to inspire myself for fantasy. So I said, well, this is neat. So 100 questions. We didn't have computers. We didn't have the internet. But at Northwestern, we have Love's Library, and it's a huge library. And I have a take-home test. So cool. I just go to the library and research the answers, and I can come up with anything I don't know. And then the other thing was you had to write 25 pages of a sample adventure. And so I started working on something. And just the other day, we found my original notes. My collection has currently been put with Treasure Trove in Omaha, Nebraska, and they're going to start auctioning it off. And this unfinished manuscript was about a frost giant's castle. It was the only kind of adventure of its kind at the day. I don't think anybody's ever done anything like it. It was a living castle. Depending on the time of day, the occupants wandered around and could be found in different locations. And the story was separate in a layer on top of everything else. I always thought about things in computer parlance and in graphic parlance. So I would do it in layers and in pieces. I spent about 2 months working on it and didn't get it finished, and went up to Winter Fantasy. And while I'm at Winter Fantasy, I asked a 13-year-old that works in the Dungeon Hobby Shop, had they hired somebody, and they said yes. Somebody had already been hired. The gentleman was Lawrence Schick, who actually was hired to do Star Frontiers. But I did not know that. I had been told that somebody had been hired for the lead design position. So I went home and found that I'd left the window of my apartment open. There had been a cold snap, and all the pipes were frozen and burst.
Oh,
bad day.
But there was a letter from Gary saying, yeah, right. Okay, here's the deadline by which we want to see everything. Oh, and here's another 50 questions we want you to answer.
On pole arms, I assume.
Yeah, they were 50 questions on history and stuff. Yep. So I said, okay. I scrapped the Frost Giant Castle, and I did the scenario that I invented off the top of my head for Fall Revel, and I wrote that up. And I typed it up on a typewriter, which Paul now has a treasure trove. It's an old Underwood that my dad had, and I typed it up on that. And at midnight, back in those days, the post office was still open. My job ran from 3 to 11 at night. So I was typing in the garage when everybody'd gone to bed. And then I rushed to the post office and at midnight of the day that it was supposed to be in, I got it postmarked. And then I waited, and I waited, and I waited. And on February 9th, the day my grandfather had died a year earlier, I got a letter from them. And I wouldn't open it. I didn't need the rejection. Thank you very much. Send me a letter.
Was it like college things where like it's thin, so you're nervous? If it's thick, it's good news.
Yeah, it was thin. And I had forgotten that Gary had said that we have a lot of people. Sorry if we don't get back to everybody. We'll send you a postcard or something to let you know. But yeah, so I had this envelope and I wouldn't open it. And I paced around the apartment 45, 50 minutes and finally said, oh, well. I opened it up, and somewhere I have this letter. I opened it up, and it said, thank you for your submission. It was good. Matter of fact, the answers to the questions were near perfect. I go, duh, take-home test. Oh, by the way, the adventure, we love the adventure. Tim Kask loves the adventure. Tim wants to publish it in Dragon Magazine, but I think it deserves its own product. Well, it wasn't finished. I ran out of time. So it was the first, 15 rooms of a 39-room adventure. And, by the way, at the end of the letter, the job's yours if you want it. I went, what? You couldn't start with that? Fight away. So, yes. I found that I had been offered the job. And now I'm pacing around and going, all right, now's the time to make that call and say thanks, but no thanks. Wow. But I got to tell my friends, well, I'm not quite done. So I pick up the phone and everybody's in class. We don't have cell phones. Okay, can't call my parents. They're in Afghanistan. Well, there's this lady who I cleaned house for to make a little money on the side. Diane Cummings, she's heir to the fortune that is Consolidated Food. One of their companies is Sara Lee. Young lady. And so I called Diane Cummings and said, I know you're not going to understand this, but I got to tell somebody. So I told her about the opportunity and what it meant, and she said, well, that's very nice. Congratulations, Harold. Boy, I felt pathetic. But I now had the job, and I just had to wait for my friends for the weekend to tell them, okay, now I'm going to call and say, no thanks. And they said to me, are you insane? Do you know how many people want a job like this? And you were picked? I said, yeah. But my dad's going to kill me. 5 years at Northwestern, paying for all of this. This is just going to be, no, Harold. You can, you have no debts because I paid it for school. And you have no kids, family, whatever. You're fine. You're free. Go up there. Go up there for a year. You don't like it, quit, go elsewhere. So I thought, and then I called Brian Bloom and I said, Brian, okay, I'll take the job. When's it start? They said June. But if you don't take it, we got this guy named Zeb Cook from Lincoln, Nebraska. Well, Milton, Nebraska. I'm thinking, Nebraska, we're a hotbed of fantasy societies. And so we were, I said, well, I'd like to come up earlier, but I understand if June's when it is, June's when it is. They called me in April and said, the editor that we hired has quit. And we're in the midst of the Dungeon Master's Guide, and we desperately need an editor. You applied for that position. Come up, and we'll make you an editor. But I want to be the writer, I said. They went, no, it'll be okay. No, we're going to have Gary call you. So Gary called me, and convinced me to come up. He said, we promote from within. We'll hire Zeb. He'll take the position, but he doesn't write at your level. You're really good, so we'll transfer you over to design when a position opens up. And that was my career. It never happened.
And
I was never made a designer, maybe at the very end while I was working for Wizards, but never for TSR. I would design on the side, but in fact, I became a manager in 9 months. After 9 months they would say, this is your next project. And I would say, no, it isn't. What do you mean? Well, Gen Con is happening in 3 months and nobody's answering the phone because the organizer is off site at PAW, Parkside. And I'm going to answer the phones for Gen Con. What? Yes, you'll find out that it's very important. So in fact, after 9 months, they made me a manager. And from a manager, I then eventually became vice president of games. And from there, I joined in 79, June of 82, I was made VP of games.
And you're 26,
great. So,
basically, in 82.
No, well, at that time I was 26, yes. I joined when I was 23, right. And in fact, I was the youngest employee at that time.
And you graduated, and the job that they offered to you was the lead designer, right, role.
To replace Gary,
at 23.
Yeah, at 23. Oh, but it gets better. I took a $2,000 pay cut to come work for TSR. I was being paid $9,500 in my union job, and I came to work for $7,500 a year.
Wow. Like a 20% pay cut for the privilege of being the lead designer, which you didn't become. You were the editor.
Yeah, lead designer. Yeah.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, we've had a lot of people on this show, and it seems like that's pretty standard. I don't think it wasn't you.
Yeah, well.
You brought it up. So can we talk about this? Because it sounds to me, we've had a few people, James, haven't we, on the show, who've mentioned that the first thing they worked on.
My copy's better.
It is better. Look at that. Yeah.
This is my original.
Oh, he's got the best. Well, mine's my office.
That's great. Yeah.
So we've had other people in the show that they mentioned the first thing they did was they started work on the DMG. The sense I get is that it was incorrect. You tell me. It sounds like it's a little bit of all hands on deck. I mean, obviously, when the DMG is coming out in 79, it's a big deal, and there's multiple people that are reviewing it. Is that fair to say?
Well, there was a staff of 3. Mike Carl's editor, myself, and we would review the manuscript. I think it was Al Hammock, and we would make notes. I had never read the manuscript, but first the Monster Manual had come out, and then the Player's Handbook, and then we were almost a 2-year hiatus before Dungeon Masters was coming out. And oddly enough, one of the things my game group did was say, there's this big void. There is no Dungeon Master guide for this. So we were writing our own at North Shore General Staff. And so when we went up, I had a folder that thick of things that we had invented for ourselves. And yes, there were quite a number of people. Most of us were proofreading. We were just copy editing. Jean Wells got hired at that time, and she started helping too. I would read through the manuscript and find gaps and said, well, okay, one of the biggest ones was how to destroy an artifact. And I went down to Gary's office and said, Gary, you say there's a table here on ways to destroy an artifact. I can't find the table anywhere in your notes. And we need to put the table in. So do you have it somewhere? And he says, oh, it was something I was going to do, but I didn't get to it. Write it yourself. What? Yeah, write it yourself.
You wanted to write.
Okay, so I went back and I invented 100+ ways to destroy artifacts. 100+ was because each way I would then I would say, crush beneath the heel of, and then there were 4 subcategories of a humble ant.
The humble ant. We love the humble
at
ant. We love the humble ant. So
yeah, the humble ants. They were, but there's only like 8 in the book. If you
Right.
look, Mike Carr set the entire 100. You found it,
page.
and he set all 100, and then he looked, and it was a galley this long, and he said, not enough room. Clip, snip, throw that in the trash, literally, and then he pasted down the 8 or 10 that are there. So there actually were over 100 different ways.
Wow.
Yeah, somewhere I have the handwritten version, but otherwise it's gone. So a lot of things were like that. I also questioned some of Gary's logic. I noticed a numeric progression, again, computer nerd, and he didn't follow the progression. So then I would go to Gary and say, well, I think maybe there's an error here because you have created a numeric progression and you're not following it. And he says, no, I decided at a certain level they were going to jump. And I went, okay, why? Gary's answer for anything was, I don't need a reason. It's magic. Okay, Gary. So now I've got Daniel looking at the book trying to find it all. He's distracted.
No, I am distracted. Oh, you caught me. But what I was actually looking for, because I wanted to ask you about, is the monk, because the monk is on one table, right? So I wanted to know if you have any backstory about that, because the monk attacks with clerics and druids, and I was looking for, but I think doesn't the monk save though as a thief?
Right.
Is that?
Yeah.
What's that? Do you have any information on that? These are the kind of questions we're interested in.
Well, we're talking OE that then evolved into AD&D. Remember, we're not talking Dungeons and Dragons. That's not what's in your hand. What's in your hand is advanced Dungeons and Dragons. So the monk was designed by Brian Bloom and appears in, I believe, Blackmore. And it used a totally different combat system than D&D used. So then when they did the AD&D rules, they were trying to bring it into at least a relationship to the original D&D. So yes, we had him saving like I believe it's a thief, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I don't see where it says
It's
it here.
it's in the player's handbook too. It says later. That's in the class in the
Dungeon Master's, yes. Dungeon Master's Guide was the second thing. The player's handbook is where it first starts in.
Yes, but yes, saves are, it says includes thieves, includes assassins and monks, and then on attack matrix, they're treated as a cleric. Yeah. So what you're saying is that was intentional. So that was a lot of people. Okay, well, good. Do you have any? Sorry, while I've got you here, do you have any information? So death at 0, right? Death had traditionally been at 0 hit points. True. And in the DMG, there's this softening of that optional, as I read it, optional, where it can go to -10, but there's this business about -4 or something like that, like a single blow. Do you remember anything about that's caused some?
I remember the discussion part. I was part of it. My position was I hated to have a character wake up dead. You know, his character spent the night, he went to sleep, and he never woke up. Why? Well, during the night you were bit by a spider, or during the night thieves came in and cut your throat. I always felt that there should be a chance to fight. This is a heroic story. None of this, you sit around passive and your character is gone because the DM decides he's going to do that. I always was in the mode that DMs are sharing the story with you and constructing the story. They are not your foe. So I had suggested to Gary that we needed a way to survive and to not suddenly be dead, but be able to fight like a bear can. You know, a bear has that hug. It has the final battle that it can do. So, and Berserker's similar. We were just trying to come up with something that gave you a chance to come back from the dead, because numerically, points are points. They're just numbers. You reach zero, you're dead. And that doesn't work on low level characters. Low level characters, they may have 2 hit points or 3 hit points. So they meet one foe, the foe gets in a lucky blow, game over. So we wanted a chance to actually survive these battles at low
so
levels.
Dan, before we keep going, there are some questions from our folks. Just starting back to front. Lloyd wants to know, were you still VP of Games when Wizards bought TSR?
No, I was not.
Okay. And
at that point, I was director of several. I was brand manager, product manager of Dragonlance, Marvel, and the dice, Dragon Dice. So I had, and Greyhawk. I had several lines that I was now director of. I actually had moved around after I was VP of Games, which actually at our company, we had VPs and executive VPs. So I always knew I wasn't really a VP. I was a director level. I was middle management. So they then decided they were going to go elsewhere, and they moved me into a position with, it was called Director of Consumer Services, and that was Gen Con, RPGA Network, the Dungeon Mail Order Hobby Shop. And then from there, I became a director without portfolio. I was a director of special projects. Anytime they needed something, they'd come to me. I became the company historian for a while. And then for a period of time, I was the director of periodicals. So I was over Dragon Magazine, Dungeon Magazine, S&T, Ares. And during my time there, I put them ahead of schedule. They'd always been fighting up to the last minute to get it to the publisher or to the printer. And I came in, I said, I don't want to tell you guys what to do, even though I'm the editor-in-chief. I just want to make it easier for you. So tell me why you are doing it this way. Well, we can't put the thing together until we know what ads we have. Sure you can. No, we can't, because we don't know how long the articles can be. Well, then you're doing it wrong. You can do it. What we do is we create billboards. We sell the billboards, certain pages. We then put extra pages at the back for additional small ads. And now we can write anything we want now. And then we can get it ahead of time. And they would say, yeah, but we just don't have the time to do that. Sure you do. No, we don't. What if I pay one of you to go home and do a issue at home? What? Extra money? Yep. Really? Yep. So we got 3 issues ahead, and we've been ahead ever since.
Great.
So
and speaking of segue, since you worked on various settings, what was your favorite? Shannon asked, what was your favorite setting that you worked on?
Wow. The ones I was in charge of course. Okay. In preference of writing order, Dragonlance. I'm the co-creator of the Dragonlance line and Core Story, which later was novelized as 3 books. People often think Dragonlance is a series of books that was made into a game. No. It was a series of adventures that I recommended we create novels for. And then I had to fight the battle to actually get those novels written. Ravenloft. Love horror. I've written for Ravenloft even after Wizards took it over and I left the company. I wrote for White Wolf. So Ravenloft. I still write with a level of horror, but we're talking Robert E. Howard horror, H.P. Lovecraft horror, that level. And to go way back to the start of this conversation, one of the things you asked was, what were my influences? Conan the Barbarian, Solomon Kane, Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan, John Carter of Mars, a lot of science fiction and fantasy authors of the day.
Great.
So,
and what last question we have currently is, you said you worked on Marvel RPG. How was it like working with Marvel? Did they give you complete license, or how did that work?
Well, we had two different licenses with Marvel. The first one I negotiated. I went to Marvel several times. I was a bit difficult with them because they wanted more money. I would explain exactly how much money we could pay and why. Then they would dictate certain number of products. I would negotiate with them what products we would do. Otherwise, they were really pretty complimentary. We tried and worked with their source material. At one point, we became a source for them. And they actually asked for our map makers to become their map makers because we do quality maps and they struggle. They're comic book artists. They're not mappers. So the first few times I worked with them on the first license, very well. It went really well. The second one, our head of marketing at that time, it was his son who was head of marketing, or at least negotiated the contract with Marvel. And it was for way too much. He was representing Marvel. They asked for a lot of money. The marketing guy, who was his dad that worked for TSR, said, "Yeah, sure." Geez. And then it was a struggle to try and make a profit because it wasn't designed financially to succeed. I love Marvel. I was the resident expert in 2000 on Spider-Man and on the Incredible Hulk. If you wanted to know something, you'd call Harold. And that included Marvel could do that as well.
Awesome. All right, Dan, sorry. Thanks so much. The fans, our guests, listeners really love it. Thank you.
You know, this is the second reference to the Incredible Hulk on today's show, because 40 years ago today, 8 p.m. in the evening, the Incredible Hulk is on TV. But we digress. We do 40 years ago. So it's 19. I don't know if you know this, but it's January 1981. Ronald Reagan has just been declared the winner in the electoral count 3 days ago.
My grandfather would have loved it. He told me that Ronald Reagan, the actor, would be our next president. I kept saying, "Are you insane?"
No, that's right. Well, and we had a businessman and a TV guy as president recently too. So we would be remiss, of course, if we didn't talk about C1 and A2. Can you tell us a little bit? There it is. Yes, because James has recently run A2, and James and I went through C1 recently. Right. I haven't run it, but we've played in it. Could you tell us a little bit about those two, and particularly your concept? Because I read online about how when you were writing C1, your concept of an adventure was different than you had talked about the dungeon crawl that you were used to going through. Your concept was different, correct?
Yes, that's true. Because I'm a storyteller, I wanted to tell stories. Up to that point, most adventures, and this is why they were able to do computer games early on that were Dungeons and Dragons type games, which were dungeon crawls, was you would go into a dungeon, you'd open a door, there would be a monster in the room, you'd stand in the doorway so you could constrict attacks, and the monster would charge you and fight to the death. And then you'd go into the room, look for the treasure, get the treasure, get out, and go to the next room. And none of the rooms had any logic behind them. Not until Gary wrote the G series and the C series was it a unified product. The story tended to have a goblin living next to a dragon living next to skeletons, if you could call that living. They had a bare bone place. But anyway, didn't have much logic behind it. When you would play those games, it was always just monster or the obstacle and reward and go on to the next story. Door. I wanted to turn it into a unified story. I also wanted to say we can do much more. Don't limit your imagination. Let me show you what's possible. So when I did C1, which wasn't C1 at the time, it was just the Hidden Shrine. It was called actually Lost Tamoachan, the Hidden Shrine of Tamoachan, which means the place of fallen stones. And I had a minor in history, and I had just, after studying Babylon and Nineveh, we had a course in Mesoamerica, and I was fascinated by it. And I had read an article of the uncovering of a tomb in Palenque in the Yucatan. And I had the actual article in, I don't know, National Geographic or whatever in front of me. And when you read it, it read like an adventure. It was so amazing. So actually, it is in C1. It's the tomb of Troke Popolocus, the vampire.
Okay.
Incan vampire. Well, he's not Incan. He's more Olmec. There's Olmec, there's Toltec, there's Aztec, and then I would go and grab some of the Incan mythology and add that too. But anyway, Mesoamerica. So I wanted to do something different. I wanted to see if I could challenge all of the standards. So we did pre-generate characters, as you have seen. One of them is a female. The first female ever issued in any D&D adventure that had been published at that time. One of them is Latin. He is Aztec, and from that point of view, that makes him the first minority ever featured in an adventure. And the only Caucasian is a thief, who's kind of a shadow of the Gray Mauser from Fritz Lieber. So I did those characters. I thought, this is neat. What would I like to see that nobody else has? And they would often say, so you're grabbing your knife. Where is your knife? So if you look at the characters, I gave you positions for your equipment. It tells you exactly where everything is. I gave you a background story. Usually they say, make up your own background story. No, I gave you one that would allow you to role play, and I gave you some characteristics that you could use to make it easier to play act. I then started looking at everything else. Wandering monsters are normally just a list of monsters and a number. 1 to 3 Balrogs. Why are 1 to 3 Balrogs running around the countryside? Doesn't make sense. 1 Balrog, it would kill everybody. What the heck? 1 to 3. I'm sorry, Gary, change your chart in the original edition. He also had green Martians and red Martians and Thoats and Apple, which is from John Carter of Mars. Who likes John Carter of Mars? Anyway, so I decided I wanted to do random encounters with personality. So if you read the random encounters, you'll notice that they have a tactic. Like the wildcat tends to like to crawl up onto the lintel of a door, lets you walk through, jumps on your back, claws you, and runs away. And then goes instead, finds another door to climb up over. So this cat annoys you several times during the adventure. So I thought, I'll do that. And then I wanted to create atmosphere. And I thought, Gary, I looked at what Gary had done in the Village of Hamlet, T1. And he had divided text into bold and regular. Bold was something that you would discover when you first walked into the room. what you saw. And regular print was things you had to discover through actions. It might be game stats for the monsters, whatever. And so that's when I thought, well, why don't I do a story, a description that is atmospheric, that will describe the area and make it interesting, and that I will stand out some way. It is now box text. A lot of people use these techniques, and the rest is to be discovered, so that copy then follows. The other thing I did was I needed a lot more to write, a lot more room. And you notice that in C1, the monster stats are not there. I put them on a chart so that I had more room to write story. So all the monsters are on a chart. And actually, after I did that, almost every adventure I do has the monster stats reserved to a Dungeon Master's chart. So it's easy to find.
And could you tell us a little bit about how it came about that you wrote it? Because my research showed that you wrote it very quickly, right? It was for Origins.
Yes. Gary was supposed to write it. He had written G1, the series for Origins, the year before, and then the D series for Gen Con the year before. And he was scheduled to write the tournament for Origins, and he didn't get to it. So he came to the design department, editor, okay? Nobody knows I'm a designer. I was hired as an editor. And he asked Lawrence Schick and Tom Mulvey and, oh gosh, Paul Ritchie. And anyway, he asked the people in the design department to take on this additional responsibility. And they all say, I'm way too busy. I don't have time for this. And I said, I'll do it. And he went, you're an editor. I'll do it. And when Gary heard I would do it, he said, oh, great, because I know he'll write it. So I wrote the original tournament, 9 encounters. First one was 9 encounters for the first round, then 9 encounters for the middle round, and 9 encounters for the final round. And they play tested it. And Skip Williams, who was a young child at that time, that's not fair. He was a young man at that time, teenager. He came into my office and told me that I'd screwed it all up, that there's a were-jaguar in there, and there's absolutely no way you can kill a were-jaguar because they have no weapon, no magical weapons. I said, it doesn't take magical weapons. Yes, it does. It takes a magical +1 to hurt a were creature. It says a magical +1. They can cast the strength spell on the barbarian. He will gain a +1 to hit from his strength being inflated by magic. There's your magical +1. That's not how it works. Who are you? You're a kid. I'm the designer. What are you talking about? So he went down to Gary's office and told Gary, and I was called down to Gary's office. And he said, the kid's right. You're wrong, Harold. Change it. Thanks. Yeah. So I went back. I put some silver coins there so you use them as sling bullets. I found it. I put a dagger in there that was silver. I always wondered if, you chopped up a were creature and you applied fire, why that wouldn't hurt a were creature. I don't know why I need magic, but okay, we accommodated him. So I wrote that, and then Will Niebling, who had become head of marketing, came to us and said, I got this great idea. We're going to publish this. We're going to do a quick print, and we're going to sell it at Origins to pay for our gas money to get there and back. I said, you can't do that. It's not a full adventure. It's a tournament. You need to have a full adventure. And so I turned to my office mate, Jeff Leeson, Duck, as we call him, because he can speak like Donald Duck. If you don't know, you should talk to Jeff Leeson. Great guy. Anyway, Jeff contributed the way Dave Arneson contributed. He talked to me, I would take notes, and I did all the writing. We had to type it up. I started on a Saturday and started writing. Well, no, must have been a Monday. It was a Monday because they were leaving on Wednesday to go. Started on Monday morning, and I typed and typed and typed, and I did not sleep for 48 hours. And if I had too many errors, I'd have to retype the page. And so at 1 o'clock in the morning, Jean Wells and I piled into her little Volkswagen, and we drove down to Beloit to Patch Press, who had a quick press place down there. He printed it. We drove back. We dropped off the loose sheets of the manuscript and the cover on the steps of TSR, and I went home to bed. So I didn't even get to go to Orchards. And then in the van on the way there, they're putting it together and sticking it in the plastic bags. And if you can get yourself a copy of this, which originally sold for $4.50, you have a lottery ticket because they were limited numbered copies. They have tracked on the price. The average is about $1,600 a copy. I sold my author's copy, and Jeff sold his with it for $3,500, so $7,000 for the two copies. And then Gary sold his, well, the estate did, for $3,600. And 2 years ago at Gamehole, they put up a copy, and it sold for $5,000. Of course, I don't see that money.
Right.
You know, I got $4. I didn't even get the $4.50. Thank you.
And what can you talk a little bit about your A2, your contribution to the Slavers series?
Sure.
Holding
A2,
it up again. Yep.
There it is. Well, A2 is actually the series against the Slavers. Yep. And the Slavers series, which is interesting, there's only one game I ever ran for the employees of TSR. He came over to my apartment, which I shared with Mike Carr, and I designed an adventure where they got to play for about 15 minutes individually in my campaign world. And by the end of those 15 minutes, they all had broken the law. They all were arrested, and they were thrown in jail, stripped of all their possessions, dressed in a loincloth, including the girls, and their left arm was dyed bright purple. Then I had drawn a picture of the map for the cell, and they had the night to try and escape. They didn't try. But there was an old, feeble man that was dying in a bed, and Helen Cook's character was a mage, and she was able to learn a spell from him. So she got one spell. Then I put him on a ship to sail across the bay, and again, they had a miniature ship map. They didn't try and break free. And then they got to the shore of big cliffs of Dover, huge, gigantic door in the wall of these cliffs, Pebble Beach, a sandy beach, and they still don't know what to do. And they go and they open the door, the guards do, and it cracks open, and this goblin runs out the door, and he runs down the surf, and he takes an arrow in the back of the head and falls dead in the surf. And all the players looked at each other and went, uh-oh, this is bad. And realized I was going to shove them in there, and they started being inventive. Some fell into the surf and tried to get themselves some seashells so they would have something. Some grabbed sand. They were dumped in a labyrinth, and there were various things that they could encounter. But it was based on Arena, the Star Trek, where they had to look at natural resources. There were a couple spells, one tattooed on somebody, one carved in a wall, so the mage could get some spells. And it was, of course, there was a minotaur in there. And they had to survive. afterwards, we went back the next day to TSR, and Lawrence Schick said, "I really am not happy with the level of adventures we're getting for the AD&D Open. They just don't understand what's right. So I think we should write the AD&D Open, which is what the A series is. And I have the perfect idea for the finale. Everybody gets caught, stripped of their possessions, and thrown in this dungeon." Wow. That sounds vaguely familiar there, Lawrence. So that was the basis for which we then would go forward and do the A series. Now, I got the middle one, A2, but we did do it as a committee. We came up with general rules that we would all follow. There were 9 encounters that we would have, and they had to be a certain, there had to be a trap, there had to be an ambush, there had to be a trick, there had to be a monster, there had to be a monster and friends, things like that. And we had it numerical because in the AD&D Open, it was 9 encounters, who went the furthest, how many survived by the end of the tournament. So there was a potential to die in each encounter, or at least get injured. We also were going to do a new monster that was traditional of Gary. He introduced the Rever Oz and other new monsters in the various adventures he wrote. So we all did new monsters. And then we would flesh it out to be actually an adventure, a product, and not just the tournament. So we had both.
Very, very, very interesting. And so I guess you got roped in there because you had written what became C1 already by that point in time. So I mean, because again, you're like, hey, I'm an editor, right? I'm not a designer.
That's right.
I'm
But
just
here
the
you
cook.
are again.
That's right.
And you, so I guess your reputation as a writer was well established by that point.
Well, no. Again, all I'm doing is writing tournaments, not product tournaments. If you notice, all of my products say Harold Johnson and Tom Moldvay. Tom would help, would come back. They'd say, "We want a product out of this," and I'd say, "It's not a full product; it's a tournament." And then I would expand on it. And what I didn't get written, I would talk to Tom about and say, "Well, these are my ideas, Tom." And then Tom would flesh it out. Tom did a lot of the typing of my notes into actual copy. So they had a designer, quote, fixing it for me. Mostly he would step up and say, "I know Harold's not going to get it done, so let me see all of his notes. He's designed it in his head. I just need to know what he planned." And then I would take the manuscript from Tom and I would massage it and rewrite sections.
Well, the A series combined and C1 both made the top 20 and Dragon Magazine's top 30 D&D adventures of all time. So so you're in there twice. Could you, which is quite an honor. Could you talk about Grimslade?
Well, no, I want to talk about a different villain just for a moment. I want to do a merciless plug for something that has nothing to do with me. Okay?
Sure.
If you recall the villains of the Slavers, we had a head slaver in each one of the adventures. Mine was Marquesa. Remember Marquesa, the half-elf, the wicked elf,
a famous
who had a pure-int.
I was just going to say, Harold, one of our dear friends, Carlos Lysing, he loves Marquesa. And the most evil of the Slavers was Marquesa by far. The rest of them were kind of meh, but she's truly, because she's doing experiments on slavers. It's terrifying. It's awesome. So we love her.
Yeah. We had to make them immortal. We had to be able to have the villains there at the end. And so everybody had their own ways they did it, but I'm going to create doubles. And so if you killed Marquesa, you didn't get Marquesa, you killed a double. So yes, she's very wicked. Well, Yeah, there's a company out there called Castle Entertainment. Do you know
Oh
that
yes,
one?
we very well know them. We actually Carlos and I and Dan. He ran us through an adventure. He's on the show all the time. He wrote an adventure for our tournament. We have our shameless plug before the pandemic, a lifetime ago. We had GROGTALK, which is our tournament in Orlando, and he wrote an adventure for us, and he's going to write one this time for October 2021, October 15th through 17th here in Orlando, Florida. Shameless plug. Thank you very much. So there you go.
There you go.
But so yes,
Well,
we love Day
in
Two.
fact, I was recently contacted by him, and he was we were talking about. He said I inspired him, and I said that's nice. And so I looked at his stuff, and I said, "Have you ever written?" He says, "Oh yeah, I have a company." And I looked up Castle. Well, in Castle Entertainment, there are 3 adventures around Marquesa.
Yeah.
So I have ordered them because I just want to see what he did with my villain. And then there's a 4th one called something like Dark Roses and Black Thorns, which oddly enough, well, if you've read it, I had some lieutenants for Marquesa. Yeah. One is Icar, the blind warrior, which if you look at the bound version, the hardbound version, there's a helmet on the cover with no eye holes.
Oh, really?
That is Icar. My lieutenant is the image of the slavers.
Similar to that one.
And then that's him. That's Icar. And then there is Blackthorn. And Blackthorn looks like a cadaverous undertaker. Only Blackthorn is actually
ogre magi. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I'm sure that's what the 4th adventure, but I didn't know beyond Day 2 there's these products from Castle. So I have no idea how good they are.
Well, they're outstanding. Carlos is very evocative. Has taken what you put in here, and just personal aside, I was 13 when I got this, and I had to go to the New York City. I lived in Queens. So you take the subway, and I was having something to do with government or something. My mother was going here, there, and everywhere. I read this thing cover to cover multiple times, and just the dread that's you can read in this. The stories of the haunt and what the lives lost of the slavers, and then later when I try to DM it, it's I don't even call it a criticism, but if the players get into the fort undetected, they're awesome. There's just almost, unless they follow exactly what, like the tournament where they drop them, start them here, if they just show up as part of their adventure campaign, they're going to get detected, because at least the ones I know, because it's really well done, the strategy and the amount of things. And then, of course, the cloaker, which is famous, the Arrow Lotus one in the back. So originally, this and A3 are my favorites. And A4, actually, for me, is quite controversial, because most players hate being captured. They hate it, they hate it, they hate it. And for a time,
that's the
part. Yeah, capture is one thing. It's taking their stuff and having to make a slapjack and blackjack and use a spear out of a stone. Hate it. They despise it. And so again, this was this to me was the first. I know the G series was before this, but for me, this was the super module, because it clearly showed. It became personal to the players if they really became invested in this.
I think whenever I write, and I am writing now, this, for instance, this book here, this is all my notes for Beneath Tamoachan.
Wow.
And it's page after page of notes. It's the way I write. Initially, we did actually do a limited version of Return to Tamoachan that's available out there. But I try and teach something. I try and say, let me show players and referees something else they can do. Let's not get mired in the, kick open the door, kill the monster, get the treasure. Let's not get mired in the, I can't come up with a story myself. I need a story that I can personalize. So when we did the A series, one of the things that we talked about was we want to teach them something else. The thing I wanted to teach them, and we did do, is that monsters are not stupid. Anything that players can come up with as a strategy, monsters can too. When Tracy wrote the second Ravenloft adventure, it was co-written by a number of people, but Tracy's was the original. A lot of it is designed so that you can personalize it as you go along. When we were trying to do this, we said, let's show them strategies. And if you look at the original progression, you start with, I think, half-orcs. And then as you go up in level, the next foe is orcs. And then in mine, you're up 2 levels now. The first type of basic monster is hobgoblins. And as you rise in level, the next level of creatures that you're facing are goblins. So you'll notice that as the characters are on an upward climb for their experience and their abilities, the monsters are getting weaker intentionally because we are beating the crap out of the heroes by showing the monsters can be smart and they can work with strategy. And you don't have to, there's a tendency when you're designing that characters get up to 10th level and then you say, why should I have them fight kobolds, which by the way is the last thing in A4, right, is they're fighting kobolds. Why? Kobolds are worthless. They can't possibly take down this 10th level character. So I've got to create a monster that's bigger and better and bigger and better. And I'm going to ignore orcs and I'm going to ignore, that's why there's 3 Balrogs now. No. Oh, no. Dragons are horrifying, but they weren't. You get a lance and you get a dragon down to the ground, you kill him really quickly. Not anymore, but that was the original thing. So when we decided we were going to do the A series, we were going to show you how to be smart as a DM and challenge them with the strategies and to establish that monsters are people too. They're intelligent, and even when they're dumb, they have a basic, survival intelligence. And we're going to challenge you to think differently. Also in our tournaments, we did not, prior to this, you had one solution. You'd face an encounter and they'd say, well, you've got to get the right amount of sand on this when you take the golden idol off or everything will go to hell. And we would say, well, one thing you could do is this. And the mummies are fireproof. Okay, now come up with solutions. And we allowed anything. If the players wanted to sneak around the mummies who are fireproof, great. If they wanted to trip the mummies and drop them into a pit, more power to them. Let's be clever about strategies and encourage our players' creativity. And that was the other thing that we wanted to do in the A series.
So I would say, you kind of answered Jonathan Becker, who's a good friend of ours of the show, some of his questions.
Hi, Jonathan.
Yeah, we talk about, the charted monster. That was in Dragonlance. Same thing. The charts that you put in, I guess. And you kind of talked this line between the old dungeon crawl, kick the door down, kill the monster. Now you've introduced, and the style of play became this kind of set up a scenario, give the monsters an even break per Gary kind of thing. It's a living world. There's things going. And the other question I had is, C1 was so evocative because it had all the illustration, it had the separate book like S1.
Oh, yeah.
Was C1 first or
Yeah.
S1 was first that had the booklet of illustrate?
No, S1 was first. I was inspired by S1. I saw that and I said, I want that. Often I would see a product out there or I would see a tournament and I say, that's really good. I want that. I want to do something like that. And in this case, I wanted to have the book and I conceived what pieces of art we needed. And Dave Sutherland, who was our art director, did it. Now, in the very, very first version of it, the tournament version, there is art, and some of it is great and some of it's not. I was talking to David LaForce, the other day, and he was telling me that the first art he ever published was in the purple set of D&D Basic. And I said, no, it wasn't. He said, yeah. I said, no. The first thing that you published was in my adventure, the tournament version of C1.
Wow.
He went, you're kidding. I said, well, I happen to have a copy in the car. And I brought it in and showed him. He went, oh, that's really good. And then there's a picture of the heroes fighting a giant slug, pictures of a mummified centaur. He says, these are really good. Who did these? I did. He said, what? I said, I was told there was no artists available and that I couldn't have any art. Well, I can't say I'm an artist, but I'm a pretty good draftsman. So I went home and I grabbed my comic books and I would thumb through them till I'd find something I liked, and I put it together and I penciled those things and I took them into Dave and said, now I've got art. And he said, oh, these are really pretty good, Harold. Do you mind if I ink them? And I said, no, go ahead. So if you see there, it'll say DCS3, which is Dave Sutherland III. And then there's a weird, almost Chinese-looking thing, but if you look at it carefully, it's HJJ, Harold James Johnson. So
Awesome.
I'm an artist.
Awesome. That's super
Who
cool.
knew?
So, and yeah, I'm actually, I was going to share, but I'm looking through the artwork there. That's awesome. So can I, it's getting kind of, I'm thinking I'm coming across dark. Let me step over here and turn on the light. You look good, but that's okay. I love your TSR shirt.
Is that a
Yeah,
little
that's
better?
good. You look, yeah, I mean, at least on the
Okay.
screen that we're streaming, you look perfect. You actually look brighter than brighter than Dan. So
You see my
I
shirt?
love it. TSR.
I have a
That
wrinkle.
shirt is amazing. The other question. So one of the questions which I think is good. So then you get to the Dragonlance. I know Dan's got quite where there was the first time that, especially Dragonlance, when I got the first one, Dragons of Despair, it felt like you were on a ride and you kind of went from place to place. So what's your take on it? What is is there a correct version of it? When is it appropriate to have the, kind of your ride as adventure, middle ground? What's your take on that?
Well, that's a good question. When we had done C1 and then later the A series, we were evolving from the monster trap challenge in a room and then a treasure to something that was more complete. And you had strategies and you had tactics, and that was fine. And then we did the A series and we had backstories that were more detailed. And you see the link. Marquesa is one of them. You keep running into things that Marquesa is doing, and then you find Marquesa herself and the potential to run into her later in the series. So the story was now continuing on, and we weren't the first. I mean, Gary did it in the G series and the D series. When we got to Dragonlance, I said, up to this point, we are looking at fixed locations. And I conceived the idea of events and said, what if there's a story? And it really doesn't matter what location you're in, the events of the story will take place. They will find you. Tracy didn't quite model that in the original Dragonlance. He still has locations, but he does do progressive story. We did start adding events, and then we would do encounters. So you had both of them. When I write nowadays, I tend to write like this. This is a challenge I've been given. So I will make a list, and I will just start listing ideas. So for instance, this is heroic abilities. It says strong, swift, agile, willpower, endurance, observant, intuitive, persuasive. In this one, this is a board game version of something that I'm doing for. Someone challenged me to write something for that. And I would then use this word or phrase to inspire me to do something. When we started doing Dragonlance, one of the things we decided we needed was an excuse not to fight the dragon, kill the dragon, get the treasure. We were originally, Tracy proposed a series of 3 adventures featuring dragons. Chef Grubb proposed a series of 3 adventures centered around dragons. These were both submitted to marketing. Marketing came back and said, dragons are dinosaurs for boys in fantasies. And most of our customers are young men. So we recommend that you do a series on all the dragons in Dungeons and Dragons, which is, 5 good dragons, 5 evil dragons by color. And I said, okay, let me see which one I like the best. I thought Tracy had a good start. So I took Tracy aside to my house, and we paced and talked, and I said, okay, if it's always fight the dragon, kill the dragon, and get his treasure, why do you do that twice? Why do you do that 10 times? And by the way, there's a king of dragons and a queen of dragons, so there's actually 12 dragons. Wait, there's 12 months in the year. We could do 12. Dragon Magazine has a problem with their calendar every year because they have to pay for 12 unique pieces of art. But if we use the art from 12 products, now the calendar becomes a promotion for us. And anyway, I'm sorry, I'm digressing. The point is that we looked at it as we decided that we needed to do the dragons as a tapestry. They're the world behind which the story then takes place. So we now evolved into the world is a story, and the adventures take place around the world. And you may, be at Little Bighorn, but survive because you were on a hill over here and you never got into the battle with Custer. Or you may have heard that Custer was wiped out, and now you're trying to round up the villain, Sitting Bull, or what have you. I'm just using that as an example. I do not mean to imply that Sitting Bull was a villain.
That's okay. We've already filled the claim out, the lawsuit. It's all. Don't worry about it. It's no problem. We took care of that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
In fact, Dan, as our resident attorney, part of the legal department, is already making a statement. Is feverishly typing a statement right now, saying that all characters are historical or fictional. Is not represented. Something like that, right, Dan? What's the?
Yeah, and Harold Johnson is not an agent of the show. Nothing he says attributable to GROGTALK.
His opinions are his own. Exactly.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks.
Yeah,
for me, guys.
We'll throw you under the bus in a second.
No,
you didn't know that about us?
Well, actually, Greg, James actually warned me about you. So
yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. Do you have any Gary stories for us that maybe you haven't told before, maybe that you have told before? We love Gary stories. I've already saw on the internet where you talked about how Gary was hard to get into. Right? You got to get past the secretary.
Unless you're Skip Williams, who has a lycanthrop's question, then you can go right in. Apparently, based on what he just said. Skip got the lycanthrop question right away. He ran in there because.
Yeah, it really depends on. A lot of people believe that Gary was aloof and hard to get to, And part of it was he was running a company, but he always wanted to be a game designer. That's what his love was. And there came a time during the purge that it was felt that Gary was becoming very unreasonable. Gary would say, well, nothing goes out that I haven't reviewed first. This centered around an adventure for Gamma World where he had written it. I think it was the Legion of Gold, and he had plastique, and he had firecrackers. And so we had 3 levels. We had the design department, we had the development department, who was doing part of what I did as an editor, which was looking for errors and problems and bringing those logic problems back to the designer. But our development department decided they were the designers and they would save the design. And then there was the editors. So they said, we don't need firecrackers because there is plastique. So they removed it and it went to publication. And Gary was furious and told them, are you guys morons? You can't set off plastique without, what do you call them? The caps, the blasting caps. And that's what the fireworks were for. And you should have talked to me. So he got a reputation as being a hard man to deal with. And I knew his position. I understood that it was, no, ask me, because when I joined in 79 and I'm doing Dungeon Master's Guide and I have a question, I go down to Gary and I say, I don't understand, explain to me. And often he would say, Harold, I really hadn't thought that out, and whatever you think is fine. Or he would say, well, what do you think? And I'd express it. Or he would say, this is what I want. And you'd accept that. He was the writer. He was the author. But the development department didn't think that way. They thought they knew better than everybody and they do their own thing. So Gary did seem aloof. When they came to us, I had gained a reputation as being able to do very difficult assignments. And they came to us and they had gone to Toy Fair in New York in February. They came back and said, we have promised Oriental Adventures by Gen Con, which is August. We need you to have it done by then. Now, in those days, we didn't start anything till we had a finished manuscript. And then we would play test the manuscript, rewrite, and then we would play test it again. We would edit it, play test it again. Then we would typeset it, lay it out. We had no preconceptions as to, what was a chapter, whatever. It was however long it needed to be. And then art was fill in. We just had clip art that we would put in. Mike had a big pile of art that he had gotten from fans, and he'd just plug them into various places. And I'm told I have to do this product. It normally takes 2.5 years to do a product, and I have 7 months. No, 6 months, because I got to have a month to get it printed. And everybody says, Harold, you got to go and tell him it's impossible. It's not going to be done. It can't be done. And I said, well, it can't be done the way we've always done it, but I don't think that you can say it can't be done. And they said, no, it's impossible. You got to go and tell them, they can't do this. I said, no, wait, this would be our major release. You're telling them we can't get the major release out. Do you guys understand that our paycheck comes from the company making money? We're going to figure a way to do this. So I then went to Gary and I said, I need the manuscript. And he gave me 20 pages. Yep. And so he would say, and I'd say, guys, let's do the cover. We can't do the cover. The product's not done. What? We can't do the cover. The product's not done. I said, I can do the cover now. Not only can we do the cover now, we can do it before anything is. That's crazy. If we do it now, even if it's just a prototype cover, I can put it in an ad. If I can put it in an ad, I can put it in Sears catalog and in, Walmart and Toys R Us before we ever have a product. I don't care if it's the perfect cover or not. Let's do it close. Let's do a thumbnail. Nowadays, they actually do it way in advance, and it's a finished piece of art, and it's not rough. But I kept saying, guys, you have no idea that we're doing it wrong. And because, as I say, I think as a computer, layers. I took the steps around, chop, 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 chop. Okay, this goes over here, gets started on. This goes over here, you come down here. So we had this unfinished manuscript, and Zeb, well, I needed somebody to write it for me because it wasn't finished. And Zeb volunteered. I have to say, Zeb is an amazing designer on the fly. He can pull things out of his hat. Sometimes I inspire him, as in the case of Escape from New York, when he said, you can't create a good game about this. And I said, yes, you can. And he said, no. I said, Zeb, you can create a good game about anything. The question is, will anybody buy it? I could do one on golfing, but I think most golfers want to golf. They don't want to play a game. So he said, well, how are you going to do that? I said, give me a moment. And I told him. And he went home that night, and he came back in with Escape from New York, all designed, and said, you're right. No, I did it exactly like you said. It should be done. I've got the game. So anyway, Zeb agreed to do Oriental Adventures from an outline through some interviews with Gary. Then he was scared that Gary would not allow him to do anything. And I said, okay, give me 12 big questions, 12 big questions. And I'll go to Gary and I'll ask those big questions about this design. And he said, but there's lots more. I said, we start with 12. We'll see how he responds. So we went in and presented the 12 questions. And by the third one, he said, I think you figured out where I want this to go. This is good. I trust you guys to do it. And it was like, cool. See you, Zeb. Go away. Now, Gary, we have to talk about compensation because he's not going to do it for free. He's going to have to work every hour of the day to get this done. He's going to have to work in the evenings and so on. It's like, okay, well, I think I'll just share my royalty with him. Whoa. I was really trying to suggest that we pay him after we start selling. So we pay him on the back end, not as a part of a royalty. But yeah, so Gary was very reasonable when it came to that. So yeah, he's not as inaccessible as everybody thought. And I would do it that way. Anytime anybody thought that he was being high-handed, I'd say, no, you don't understand that he's the creator, that he's the author, and you are trying to say, oh, you have to save it. You're not there to save it. They're there to assist. It's like being the DM and you're there to destroy the player characters. You're there to entertain. You are the storyteller. You are to entertain, not to kill all the heroes. Yes, and if they do have to die, make it a heroic death, guys. They paid their dime to take this ride. Let them have the ride. Don't make them get in the car and step out the other side and say, oh, that was a nice roller coaster ride, because it never went up the hill. I really think that the way you're going to get people back is they have a good experience, right? You teach your kids a new game, right? If they lose, are they going to want to play the game?
It's interesting. In normal games, you're right, but we have a lot of experiences. We ask people, well, who was your first character, right? And ours inevitably was an elf magic user who had 1 hit point and would die to a rat or something. We'd be like, this is amazing. And you'd roll up again. It was, some of that game was the challenge of it. But yeah, if it was my 50th character, Elf the Magic User number 27, who died, I probably would get discouraged after a while. But this game does allow that first time, which normally in any game design you wouldn't have, within the first 5 minutes you die. That's not inspiring for replay, but that's you're hooked with it.
Well, part of it is it's a unique experience. Whatever game you play, even if it's A2 or C1, Secret of the Slavers Stockade or Hidden Shrine of Tamoachan, which is Tamoachan. That's the actual word. It's a typo in the.
Oh, now my head hurts because
Tamoachan, the original city of the gods that the world of the Aztecs comes from. It was dropped out in editing. Anyway.
Tamoachan versus Tamoachan. Got it. Tamoachan.
It reminds me of the Seinfeld episode. No, I'm so sorry. It says moops. I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm sorry.
That's the name now.
That's it.
Well, it's like the gibbering mouther. Those were based on actually Aztec gods. Ziolonin, the hairy mother goddess, which is actually the goddess of maize, corn, and the gibbering mouther is actually the gibbering mother. But I thought that would piss off all the mothers when they saw that their kid was referring to them as a monster. So that's how it became the gibbering mouther. Because it was all mouths anyway. So
what do you think of that art by Arlo? That's.
Oh, it's good. It's
Isn't
good.
It?
Yep. Definitely what I was striving for. And you can see again the H.P. Lovecraft influence on me. Them and the Boggles and the Cloaker, and I tend to create monsters that are Cthulhian.
It is.
And
yes, the Cloaker. Yes.
And speaking of low hit point magic users, I'd just like to ask you briefly about Grimslade.
I know. I was about to get back to Grimslade. Do you notice how I talk in and then we go over here. Then
That's our show. Yeah, that's our show.
Grimslade.
Yeah, because I want to read it, okay? Because I often forget to look up in the Rogues Gallery, because we have guests on, and I often forget that a lot of these guests had characters, PCs, that are in the Rogues Gallery. So I remembered this time, and sure enough, there's one. But I got to read it, because what I want to know is this an accurate description of you playing Grimslade? Grimslade is a secretive and confusing figure to many, being a mix of black humor, deception, stubbornness, inventiveness, and self-preservation. On adventures, Grimslade is extremely reluctant to use his spells, preferring to rely on a plethora of small devices he has prepared. When questioned or bored, he may answer with a lie or half-truth, the great truth, as his words are known, and may prove to be obstinate at the most difficult of times. And I could go on. There's a lot more, but so is that an accurate description of you playing your character?
Yeah, absolutely. That was Grimslade. I tend to create characters to challenge myself with. I had a character named Higbold, who I determined was a thief, but he was a failed thief. So I branded him with a T on his cheek so everybody would know he was a thief, so that he would have to grow his hair long and put it over his face to hide that brand. Yeah, and Higbold, he had a survival. He tended to be a guy who tried to survive. So we're being chased by a horde of orcs on wargs, and I've determined that there's no way I'm going to win this fight. So I wait till I take an arrow and I intentionally fall off my horse, and they charge after. And as soon as they're gone, I brush myself off, bandage my wound, and walk away. But they're all going, "Oh, poor Higbold, he died."
And so for people like Grimslade, did you decide on a persona in advance, or did it just sort of, is that you, how you play the game?
I'm going to drop some names, and if anybody comes across them, they'll say, hey, he talked about you. One of the other referees for the North Shore General Staff was a gentleman named Glenn Grodefeld. And Glenn had, in my opinion, interesting dungeon design and a relatively boring game. I get very bored during his game, and this is where Grimslade came into being. I was wandering around with Grimslade, and nowadays we have spells that say identify. So you find a magic ring, you cast identify, and you know it's a ring of flight. Not in the old days. You cast a spell and it says it's a magical ring. You have no idea what it does. You have to experiment to figure it out. So in that game, I acquired a ring. Didn't know what it was. And later a second ring. And this ring, I started trying to fly, levitate, climb walls, lightning bolts, just trying everything. And I'm getting nowhere. And we come into this room with this big altar. And I go, well, I've gone through everything else. So I take my staff and I put it before the altar, lying down. And I step back and I go like this. And the referee, finally figuring out what I'm doing, goes, and the staff rolls to you. And they go, oh my God, it's an evil altar. No, it was a ring of telekinesis. I was, rolling the staff to me. So now I know what it is. And I realize, okay, they're so busy wanting to understand what on their list will solve something. In the old days, Zork style adventures, you were looking for the key word. How do you get out the door? Well, do you have the key? No, where's the key? I don't know. There's a rug there and there's a hammer. Okay, maybe there's something under the rug. Take the rug. You can't take the rug. And after a while, you take the hammer and say, pry up the nails holding the rug down. Yes, underneath the rug is the key. Okay, now use the key. Now you have the key. And people tend to look at their characters and say, okay, what spell do I use for this? How do I attack with this? And that's not how you play. Just get into the moment and do what comes to you by impulse, not by looking at lists. So Grimslade started to do odd things, including be obstinate. Everybody camped out in this dungeon. I got bored. I got up in the middle of the night. I was the guard. While they are sleeping, I wandered away. I'm going down the corridor and opening doors, and I kick open the door, and there's these goblins.
So you're that guy.
Yeah, and they all look up and go, what the heck? And they start chasing us, and I come running back to the ground shouting, goblins, everybody wake up, goblins. And I dive into the circle behind them, and then they fight the goblins for me.
And it was a total party kill.
Yeah. It was like, okay. So I started, as I say, I would get bored, and I started saying, well, I'll invent things. So every time we encountered a scavenger, like a ochre jelly or a green slime or gray ooze, black pudding, I would try and get a section of it that I could take back with me. I carried pots that I could seal up and take home, put these things in aquariums and feed them. And then I was making grenades of gray ooze and green slime and stuff. I knew there was dangers in this, but I thought it was neat. They got bored with me at one point. I wanted an ochre jelly, and I said, don't hurt it, don't hurt it. And they torched it. And I said, you fools, I needed a piece of that ochre jelly. So they walked up to the chart. They cut off a piece and said, here's your piece. So I started inventing. And when I got through the inventing part of it, I thought, well, maybe I can invent stories. If the DM is boring, this is a collaborative thing. What if I help him have stories that are more interesting? So that's what I did with Grimslade. I started to conceive stories. One character, I said, okay, I made a deal with the local thieves guild. And this guy, he was, okay, I'm trying to think. He was a warrior. He almost gets run down by a lady and her entourage on a horse in the town. And later, the guard comes back and says, "You have affronted my lady, and she needs her honor back, and you will meet me on the field of battle. And if you're a man of honor, you will show up on time in there." So then I arranged for him to be delayed getting to the battle, and he came too late, and the guy was gone. He went, "I don't know what to do." And then I had the Thieves Guild deliver him a white feather. And he's asking the bartender, who happens to be the head of the Thieves Guild, he just doesn't know it, what the white feather means. And then he says, "Oh, it means whoever's the recipient is a coward, and that no honors due this man, and any ways to clear the insult is now permissible, up to and including his assassination." And the guy was like terrified. And that's the end of the stunt. Well, not quite. I would wander around invisible. And when I saw opportunities, I would like release the brake on a cart on a hill. And this cart would roll down at him in no danger. I'd knock a flower pot off of a windowsill overhead so it would crash to the ground. Just wanted to build the paranoia for him.
He is the wizard in the market who just tortures people. That's right.
Yeah, and I had a dwarf who I had received a letter from this dwarven princess, and how she admired him and had heard of his tales, and they started corresponding. And my guy's taking the messages back and forth. And what I was really doing in the meantime was trying to find out where the dwarf's princess was, what her real name was, and saying, "You need to rescue me. My father has found out about us, and because you're not of noble blood, my love, you have to come and rescue me."
So it strikes me as the DM is either loving this as this is a collaborative effort, I love it, let's go with the flow, or I can't believe that Grimsdale did it again. I spent 3 weeks writing this dungeon, and Grimsdale goes off and does something else.
Yep. I even found a way to get a cheat on the treasure. I created a persona. I had done a couple things. I went out and created big Chinese finger traps, and went to an area where I had heard there'd be pixies. I put gold in the finger traps. I caught a pixie reaching in, invisible, got his arm caught, and I made a deal to free him, and it was a great deal. It was, "I will set you up a merchant route. We will provide you with weapons, armor, whatever the pixies need. And I only want one thing in return." What? Gold, silver, gems? No. I want your companionship. I want you to become one with me. And so he had Megura. He would fly around or sit on my shoulder invisible. So I had a pixie ally. And so I created a character called Edelsmerg, which is Grimslade backwards. And Edelsmerg contacts the other mage in the group and offers to be his patron. And that he will offer to make him, wizards can't wear armor. I will make him magical armor. And in return, he will let me know what adventures he's going on. I will tell him what I'm looking for, and he will bring me with that. And from his share of the treasure, I will get to pick one of the magic items as part of my payment for being his patron. So I was getting part of his treasure. And I wasn't going to scam him. I was going to research and see if I couldn't actually create magical armor for him, or find it. And when he met with me, we met in a darkened room. I had a hood on. I had gotten a globe of phosphorescing water. When he shook it, it would glow. So I had McGirra standing on my shoulder with this globe doing this in the air, like it was actually floated in the air. And then I conceived that if you're in a magical society, when you sign a contract, there's got to be consequences. So it's a magical contract; it's binding. So I got him to sign it, and I signed it Edelsmerg. So it was me, Grimslade, which is why the name is Edelsmerg. And yes, for a while, the DM thought this was wonderful, but I wasn't always there when they played. And I had my own place. Me and Fido. You've seen Fido. You didn't refer to Fido there, who's kind of half Tasmanian devil and half Umber Hulk. We don't know what he was. I went to the local market to buy a watchdog, and that's what the referee offered me. And I thought, okay, what the heck? Yeah, I'm a mage. I should have a unique creature. He didn't train well. I put my platinum in his bed, like a dog bed, to hide, because who's going to go against this thing? He ate my platinum. He chewed it up. It's like, this thing can chew up metal? Yeah. Okay. I had a rat problem, so I was poisoning rats. So I didn't have food for him, so I threw the rats at him, and he ate them and didn't suffer any bad effects. So I then found out Fido was immune to poison. And I went, well, that's kind of neat. Anyway, so when I wasn't there, he was supposed to just leave me in the room, and he actually decided he was going to run me. And he had me doing this, annoying the guy with the telekinetic ring. And then they found me sitting in a bar. And the referee is prompting them to realize that Edelsmerg is Grimslade backwards. And so they trap me in the bar, and I feign like I'm coming out of a spell. So then they hypnotize me and make me. We were playing in the city-state of the Overlord from Judges Guild. Had to go to see the Overlord and confess all my sins. And one, I never would have put myself in a place where I could have gotten caught. I had invisibility, right? Second, I wouldn't have admitted anything even under hypnosis. And third, that's not how that ability works. So you got it absolutely wrong. But because I wasn't there, he said my character did all this. He doesn't have me take over till I'm kneeling in front of the Overlord. And he says, so he sees I'm really pissed. He says, okay. He raises the Gaius off of me and says, okay, I will give you a reward just to, mollify you. And I said, okay, here's what I want you to do. Kill me. What? Kill Grimslade. I'm not going to do that, Harold, says Glenn. I said, why? He says, you said anything. And he says, no. I said, okay, fine. Here's what I want you to do. Is there a war going on? Yes. Send Grimslade off to be posted at the war front. And then strip my place of residence of any evidence that I ever was there. And now everybody in the city, if my fellow players come around looking for me, they don't know who Grimslade is. They've never heard of him. They're imagining this. There is no such person as Grimslade. You tell them that. And I also, the second ring I had was a ring of delusion. So I left that behind for them to find and play with and be deluded by something. And I just vanished into the atmosphere.
What happened? But you went off to the war front.
I did. Later on in England, when we did the first Gen Con UK, somebody did a tournament, and Jim Ward had his character. I had Grimslade and Fido. and we woke up naked on these tables, stone tables, and
You're
Grim Slade and everybody, anything that we do tends to come true. And we're going, what's going on? And I'm sort of tumbling to it, but I'm not. I just realized that whatever we say is true. So when people come up to me and say, you look like Grimslade, you're Grimslade, I say, no, I hear Grimslade died in the wars to the north. And by the end of the adventure, there's this girl who supposedly was in love with Grimslade, that of course I don't remember, and there's a grave. And the Grimslade really is there. Turns out that we were all clones, and we had been cloned. So if our characters went off on this adventure to slay this dragon and died, that we would, be reborn as the clones. But if the clone comes to life while the actual character is still alive, he goes insane. So all of us were considered to be insane, except for me, because I killed myself. So I was the only character in this entire tournament who actually was saved. Jim Ward, he was looking for a weapon, so he broke this door down, and then he carried the door around and killed goblins with the door and so on. And they proclaimed him the doorman, and everywhere he went, he was called the doorman. And when he went to the town where we all congregated, we had always been there before. We had been back from this battle with the dragon, and we don't remember going to fighting the dragon. And Jim Ward's house is all made up of all these doors that he's torn off during adventures. So, yeah, Grimslade was there. Grimslade died in the wars to the north, but his clone's alive. So Grimslade's really alive.
Got it. All right. Very good. Well, thank you. Thank you for all that backstory on Grimslade. So, James, anything else from our?
Yeah, I know, and we really appreciate all the time you've spent with us today. This is really a great time. Our fans, our listeners are super excited. Obviously you had a long career at TSR. So what is the edition that you play, or what is your edition when you think of D&D? Do you have?
I play a variant of first edition. It's very easy to explain to people because it's based on two things. One is the charts, so Thaco, which is not really a true representation of the charts, but we use Thaco. I do the characters roll up. We tended to roll, and you would whatever you got is what you got. If you had a low intelligence, you played a low intelligence. But in the game, one of the variants that we play is something that the players recommended, which was ability scores were only used as indexes to determine if you could be a rogue or a paladin or, a wizard. And the players suggested that the ability score should be more than that. And in the game, there's a lot of things there aren't rules for. So there became ability checks. And when you roll in combat, you're trying to roll that number or above on a 20-sided die, that number or above. But in the case of an ability score, as you go up in ability, you need to have better chances. So in the case of an ability score in AD&D first edition variant, you're trying to roll that number or below. Okay, to succeed, you want that number or below. And I will then give you a modifier, and you add it to the roll. Doesn't change your abilities, doesn't change your score, just changes the results of the die roll. So I'll tell you, in the case of you're trying to search for something. Okay, that's observation. Observation in my mind is intellect, intelligence. So I'm going to have you make an intelligence check. I know it's hard to find, so I'm going to tell you, roll the dice, add 4. Now you want that number or below, so adding 4 is going to make it harder to get that number. So that's how I play D&D, and I usually explain it that way. At the start of every tournament I run is we do first edition. First edition is much more free form and open. I have taken stuff from second because that did happen on my watch. Third edition is not D&D at all, as you know. It's more basic role playing from Chaosium. Basic role playing, West Coast role playing was skill based, while D&D was not. So when they rewrote it, it became skill based, and I'm okay. I played third edition. I played 3.5. Fourth edition, of course, became more combat oriented, and fifth edition. I love the writing quality of fifth edition. I find it a lot easier to understand. Certainly, we have 40 years, 50 years of rewriting and writing and figuring out how to communicate to players. But I don't. I think death is something that should be embraced in these adventures. You're writing on a legend. You're creating a legend. Yes, it should be okay that your character dies. There's the ability to bring them back to life, but why? You know, that you have a full story now. And we were talking earlier. One of the great things about Dungeons and Dragons and role playing is that no matter what we write, your adventure is going to be unique to you and your friends who are playing with you. Nobody else will have that adventure. Oh, sure, they may encounter the boggle or the cloaker, but they'll have done different things. They'll have different results. And then what happens? You had such an amazing story, you want to share it. And any role player is known as a storyteller because we'll sit there and tell you, and then my character did this, and I shot and I rolled a natural 20. Will you believe that? I had no hope of anything, but I rolled a natural 20. And this is what the DM had me do as a result of that. And it was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we want to do. We're here to entertain.
That's perfect. So thank you for your time today. We have a tradition for our guests, speaking of random, we roll a D10 to see how well this show was. One being horrific, we shouldn't have wasted your time, to 10 being epic. So if you have a D10 available, if you'd like to roll a D10 to see how the show went, we would love for you to do that.
Can you give me a moment?
Sure.
I do have the D10. I just
we knew you had one.
Zeb Cook uses a book. He just opens it up and the last number. I think what he used a Thai cookbook.
He used a Thai cookbook. But yes, but if he's got dice, we're ready for that. So
there's the player's handbook in the back. Look, and it's got writing. It's an older one, isn't it?
Yeah,
you see that back there?
Yeah, that's really old school.
On the bottom, right?
Yeah, that's pretty old. Yeah, that's super old. So Harold, before you roll, you mentioned your picture behind you, and we also saw that old school player's handbook. Can you talk about both of them behind you?
Oh, the ones behind me?
Because it's got player's handbook and it's different from.
Yeah, yours is really old school.
Yeah. Okay. I bought actually my monster manual originally. My first monster manual is gone because as a young man, I would read it whenever I could, and that included in the tub. So you can imagine what happened to my monster manual. Fell in the tub. But I tried it out, and all the sheets were warped and everything. And then, like you, Daniel, I tended to ride the L in downtown Chicago, and I lost it on the seat. So will it ever return? No, it'll never return. But its fate remains unlearned.
Black, what, the little clicker gun with the little black tape. Did you do that? That's what you're supposed to do. So get returned.
No, I didn't. No, what I do, I don't know if you can see it, is I write.
That's it.
Okay, apparently that didn't work. Well, you need to put the address.
And I do it in pencil so that it can be erased and it won't spill. This is official Gary Todd.
Oh, and real quick, I know we don't have a lot of time yet. So on a scale of talking of 1 before you roll that, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being awesome, 1 being terrible, could you please give us a rating for Unearthed Arcana?
Oh,
the book that shall not be named, as we call it. So
We'll say a 7.1.
Oh, that's
There are some things I'm very impressed with. And when Unearthed Arcana was being done, it spawned a lot of discussion between myself and Zeb Cook, Steve Winter, as to what the rules should have included and what he did wrong. We're not incredibly happy with Cavaliers and various other creations. I'm very much in favor of you create your own personality. You don't need to be Dragonborn or Tiefling or something. In my world, people say, well, I want to be an elf. Well, go 1,000 miles that way to the island off the coast. That's where the elves are, because I don't have elves here. Really? Yeah, I don't need supermen. I want each of you to be adding to the team. You know, the elf can be a fighter, a mage, a thief, all in one, and he doesn't need anybody else. D&D is about being a team. So they'd say, I want to be a halfling. And I say, okay, here's what you do. Roll the dice. And if you get 100 out of 100, then I will determine what other race you are. Because who writes history? Men. Because humans. Because they're short-lived. Elves don't care, and dwarves are long-winded and very dour. So, you know, if you want to talk about history and adventure, it's humans, maybe humans with spirit blood or what have you. So there are things I like about it, but there's things I don't like about it.
Well, and the removing of the level limits encourages people to be demi-humans and not human. But that's a whole other conversation probably.
Yeah, well, you know, something we haven't talked about is and somebody wrote this down, BX, which is basic expert, and then BENM.
BECMI. Beckme.
Yeah, BECMI. When Frank was rewriting Dungeons and Dragons, the box sets, and he came to Immortals, he didn't initially know where he was going to go. And in my discussion with him, I thought we had the perfect answer, but he did not go that way. He decided instead to go with a game without rules. I felt that what we should do is what early MUDs did. In an early multi-level dungeon, what you would do is you would play till you could start adding to the story itself. And eventually, you became a story writer. I thought that's what should happen, is when you got up to 30th level, you retire your character and you become a DM. And you create your own world, and now you're a DM. So that we have evolved the player into being a storyteller for other people, which we didn't do. So there's a lot of things. When we talk second edition, I would have gone different ways.
We don't talk second edition.
I know, but I when it came up, I was going, what would I have done if I was trying to fix some of the holes in D&D? And I had some concepts, but we didn't go that way. So
I felt bad. We had Zeb Cook on, and we just asked about first edition.
Yeah, well, I as I say, I played first edition.
That's right. That's what we do. All right.
Yeah, roll the D10.
We're ready.
I have the die.
There
It's
you
right
go.
here. Looks like an old die.
We trust you. On the honor system.
Oh. Well, this looks like the highest rating to me, the way it's on the board here. That's possible. It's Infinity.
Infinity. Wow. That is our highest rating we've ever had.
Never had that.
That's amazing. So thank you.
You see that?
There we go. I got it.
There you go. Infinity 8. That's right. But I like Infinity.
But this is the way it landed. That's the way I could.
That's right. Perfect.
So there you go. That's how good it was.
So thank you for this. So Harold, if people want to reach out to you to see what you're working on, Facebook, is that the best place to reach you?
Facebook, Wisconsin Johnson. Nobody even asked about that. Why is Wisconsin Johnson?
Well, why is
Why
it
is-
Wisconsin
why is it
Johnson?
Wisconsin?
Well, the hat, obviously. A lot of people would call me Dr. Jones or Indiana. Somebody at one point said to me, Indiana. And I said, I'm not from Indiana. I'm from Wisconsin. And they went, oh, Wisconsin Johnson. And I thought, well, that's clever. And it deals with the hat. And then a famous book author named Gene Raby said to me, Harold, when you create a website or a Facebook, you want to do something that's easy to remember. If they lose their notes, it's got to be something that'll be easy to remember as a name. And I said, oh, that's easy. It's Wisconsin.
But you were born in
Johnson.
Nebraska, right? Did you say or not?
No, I was born in
Chicago.
I'm a
Okay.
Chicago. Yeah. I'm a flatlander where I was. I've been 40 years up here. I've let that take me.
And are any current projects, recent products, I know that you'd like to mention?
Oh, sure. I have them somewhere. Let me show you. Okay, so of course there's Return to Tamoachan or Tamoachan. This has 200 are available. We've crossed 109 in the sales. It's like $25. It's 3 books. This is actually co-written. I designed it all, and then an author said, I'll write it for you. And then I tore it apart and said, no, this and this. Inside, there is a wilderness map. If I can find it. Can you see the wilderness map? So right now, I am writing a series of short adventures here called Into the Jungle, which is from the shore to where Tamoachan is. That is in a format that looks like this. Oh, he's showing that stuff. That's in a format that looks like this. This is a small book. We did a product called Kaladar, I think, which is a city. It's a $40 book, but it's basically, detailed maps and who runs the shop and that sort of thing. But there were no adventures. And I said, we should do adventures. So we were at RockCon, and that takes place in Rockford, Illinois, every year, except for the last year. And while we were there, one night after the show, I said, we should create some short adventures to take place in the city. And he said, well, those are hard to do. I said, nonsense. Take notes. And I started pacing. When I create, I have to be in motion. So I started pacing, and I came up with 18 stories from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. This has 15 of them because he wouldn't let me do them all, the size constraints. But there's a great one in here called Bodyguards, which, guess what you do? You're guarding a body. Yep, that's absolutely correct. It has a theme. We're working with Rob Kunst, and Terry Kunst. Terry's the creator of the Beholder, so we have a Beholder theme throughout these stories. But the concept of doing short adventures, you'd like what I've got. I've got one called Grandfather, which is the most ancient of all crocodiles in the swamps. I have the flayed woods. You go in and all the bark is off the trees and you go, what the hell is this place? I have Pax, or a peaceful place, and you go in there and you find that the lion is laying down with the lamb, and they're not fighting, because if they do, the lamb doesn't like it. But it's a good place you can recover in. Stuff. So, and these are just tales off the top of my head. So that we talked about this, that I am trying to design something based on this. You probably can't see this, but it's actually a 3-dimensional fold-up dungeon or ruin that you make. And I am doing a role-playing board game that starts out with this, so that there was a role-playing adventure till the temple, but I'm making it so that you can cut the pages apart into cards, and now you can randomize it. So it plays many different ways, many different times. I am working on a project called Curious. I know an artist, a local artist, who is a modern artist. And he came to me and said, we should do a project together. And I said, I did this Ravenloft product, and it was designed to be like Ravenloft, multiple directions that the story could go based on a selection that you made. And there's this dining room with these various knickknacks around, and you get to pick one, and a story is told around that, and it changes the rest of the adventure. I only published those shorts, which is a one-page story. So the artist said, you write the stories and I'll illustrate. I'll do one picture. So I said, the concept is I only have one page to tell the story in, and he will then illustrate it with one page. There'll be 13 stories in the product called Curious, as in curios, curious. But when I started designing it, my mind doesn't stop. So far, I have 39 stories. So it's the first one will be called Curious, the second one will be called Curiouser, and the third one will be called Curiouser and Curiouser, and the collection will be called Curiosities.
Nice.
Very good.
So that's what we're working
great.
on.
Well, so people go out to Harold Johnson Facebook.
Yeah, go to Facebook.
Wisconsin Johnson Facebook. So feel free, and we'll put it in the show notes as well. So again, thank you.
Well, let me do that merciless plug. Sure. My company is called Epic Quest Productions, and you can go online there.
Epic Quest Productions.
You can find.
Is it an own website or?
Epic Quest. Yeah, it is. It's an actual working website out there. It was Epic Quest that I did a virtual convention with, and I had people from Italy, Germany, England. Wow, the guy from Australia must have been the same guy. He didn't make it. He fell asleep. But yeah, we were all over. There's Nevada, New Mexico. Had lots of different attendees.
Well, thank you again, Howard, for your time. It was really awesome. We really appreciate it. And for those, again, go out to Wisconsin Johnson Facebook, Epic Quest Productions. So on behalf of Grog Talk, I'm James.
And I'm Dan.
And we will see you next time on Grog Talk. Take care.